Imagine lying in bed, the weight of the day slowly fading as your mind begins to drift. In those quiet moments, your thoughts wander, reflecting on the journey of your life, the choices you have made, and the endless possibilities that lie ahead. What if, instead of falling into the familiar cycle of worry and overthinking, you could immerse yourself in the calming, timeless wisdom of ancient philosophy? Imagine letting the teachings of Stoicism, Taoism, and existential thought lull you into a state of introspective peace, helping you release the anxieties of the day and embrace the gentle flow of existence. Philosophy is not confined to academic halls or intellectual debates. It is a guide for navigating the human experience, and it offers a profound balm for a restless mind. The wisdom of Marcus Aurelius teaches us resilience and the art of inner peace. His reflections remind us that much of our suffering is born from our own perceptions, from our attachment to outcomes, and from our resistance to the natural course of events. As you listen to his words, imagine releasing the burdens you carry, letting go of the need to control what lies beyond your grasp. In this way, Stoicism becomes a comfort, encouraging you to accept each moment as it is and to release what you cannot change. I am Damian Blackwood, and this is The Dark Mind, where we drift together through the quiet corridors of philosophy, uncovering the softly spoken truths that help the mind unwind and the soul remember its stillness. From here we turn to Taoism, with its emphasis on flow and harmony with the universe. The Tao teaches us to let go, not in a passive way, but as an act of trust in the unfolding of life. The Taoist approach encourages us to loosen our grip, to find ease in every breath, and to allow ourselves to be carried by life's currents rather than to struggle against them. As you lie there, listening to the principles of the Tao, imagine the weight of expectations, judgments, and self-criticism gently melting away, leaving you free simply to be. The art of letting go is not about abandoning purpose. It is about finding purpose within the flow, a path that is naturally aligned with who you truly are. In the stillness of the night, we also explore the beauty of imperfection, the art of embracing the flaws and messiness that make life real. Perfection is an illusion, a fragile mask we are taught to wear. Yet it is our cracks and scars that tell our true story. By embracing imperfection, you learn to release the relentless pressure to be flawless, and within that embrace, you may discover a sense of peace that is grounding and real, a peace that allows you to rest fully and authentically. We close with the existential pursuit of meaning, the task of crafting purpose in a world that does not hand it to us. Through the words of Seneca, you are invited to reflect on what it means to live a life of meaning, to create purpose that resonates with your soul. It is not about a grand mission or a lofty goal. It is about finding the small, intentional acts that bring fulfillment to your everyday life. The existential journey is not about certainty. It is about the courage to live with open eyes, to embrace the unknown, and to find beauty even in the simplest moments. As you drift off, let the teachings of these great philosophers sink softly into your mind, gently shaping your thoughts and bringing a sense of calm and clarity. Let their wisdom carry you to a place of serenity, where the concerns of tomorrow fade and all that remains is the present moment, a quiet sanctuary rich with possibility. In this stillness, may you find rest, renewal, and the seeds of wisdom that will guide you forward when morning comes. What if the secret to a happier, more peaceful life was simply letting go? Imagine living without the constant stress of trying to control every aspect of your existence. Picture the freedom of releasing old grudges, unrealistic expectations, and the never-ending pursuit of perfection. Tonight, we are drifting into an ancient philosophy that teaches exactly that, the quiet power of letting go. Let me begin with a story. There once was a farmer in a small village. One day, his horse ran away. The neighbors came to offer their sympathy, saying, "Such bad luck." The farmer simply replied, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned, bringing with it 3 wild horses. The neighbors exclaimed, "Such good luck." Again, the farmer replied, "Maybe." The following day, his son tried to ride one of the untamed horses, was thrown off, and broke his leg. The neighbors offered their condolences for the bad luck, but the farmer only said, "Maybe." The day after, military officials came to the village to draft young men into the army. Seeing the son's broken leg, they passed him by. The neighbors congratulated the farmer on his good luck, and once more he replied, "Maybe." This story captures the very essence of letting go, of not clinging to events or outcomes, and of accepting the flow of life. Together, we will explore the wisdom of Taoism, an ancient Chinese philosophy that emphasizes harmony with the natural world and the art of letting go. By the end of this journey, you will have a deeper understanding of how to weave these principles into your daily life, opening the door to greater personal growth, inner peace, and freedom. And the deeper we drift, the more you will see that some of the softest ideas carry the greatest release. What then is Taoism? Taoism, also spelled Taoism, is a philosophical and spiritual tradition that originated in China more than 2,000 years ago. Its foundational text, the Tao Te Ching, is attributed to Lao Tzu, a semi-mythical figure who is believed to have lived during the 6th century before the Common Era. The Tao Te Ching is composed of 81 chapters, each a quiet lantern illuminating a different aspect of the way. Taoism teaches that the Tao, or the way, is the fundamental principle that underlies and unifies the universe. The Tao is indescribable and beyond human comprehension, and yet it is the source of all existence. Central to Taoist philosophy are 3 core principles: the Tao, Wu Wei, and Yin and Yang. The Tao is the ultimate reality, the source, and the principle that governs the universe. It is a force that flows through all life, and living in harmony with the Tao means aligning oneself with this natural flow. Often translated as non-action or effortless action, Wu Wei is the practice of moving in perfect harmony with the flow of life, doing without forcing, acting without straining, so that each gesture feels as natural as water finding its path. It means, quite simply, not forcing things, but instead allowing them to unfold in their own natural rhythm. This principle also speaks to the deep interdependence of opposites. Yin and Yang are complementary forces, twin currents that together weave balance and harmony into the fabric of the universe. To understand and embrace this balance is, in many ways, the very key to living a harmonious life. The Tao Te Ching, a gentle collection of 81 short chapters, is the most important text in Taoism. Within its pages lies profound wisdom on how to live a life of simplicity, humility, and compassion. Its teachings guide us to move in harmony with the Tao and to embrace the natural flow of life as it comes. In Taoism, letting go is not merely a practice, but a way of life itself. It is about aligning oneself with the natural flow of the universe and finding peace and balance in every quiet moment. This philosophy rests upon several key ideas, among them Wu Wei, simplicity and patience, and non-attachment. Each of these principles offers valuable insight into how we might live more harmoniously and peacefully by gently releasing our need to control everything around us. Wu Wei, the art of effortless action. Often translated as non-action or effortless action, Wu Wei is a central concept in Taoism, one that teaches us to act in accordance with the natural flow of life. It does not mean doing nothing, nor being passive. Rather, it means taking action that is in harmony with the Tao, the fundamental nature of the universe itself. Imagine for a moment a river flowing smoothly around rocks and obstacles. The water does not struggle, it does not resist, it simply flows around whatever lies in its path. This is the essence of Wu Wei, taking the path of least resistance and allowing things to unfold in their own time. In our daily lives, Wu Wei can be practiced by not forcing outcomes. For example, if you are working on a project and encounter a problem, rather than stressing and forcing a solution into being, you might take a step back, relax, and allow a natural resolution to reveal itself. So often, when we stop trying so hard to control every detail, things work out far more smoothly and effectively than we could have arranged them ourselves. Wu Wei teaches us to trust the process and to have faith that things will happen as they are meant to, without excessive effort or strain. Simplicity and patience. The quiet beauty of a simple life. Simplicity and patience are 2 virtues held in the highest regard by Taoist philosophy. Taoism teaches that life should be simple, free from unnecessary complications. This simplicity is not only about having fewer possessions, it is also about carrying fewer desires and ambitions within us. When we simplify our lives, we free ourselves from the endless pursuit of more money, more status, more things. Releasing that pursuit allows us to focus on what truly matters and to find contentment in the present moment, right where we already are. Patience walks hand in hand with simplicity. In a world that always seems to be in a hurry, patience is a rare and precious quality. Taoism teaches that good things take time and that we should not rush through life trying to achieve our goals as quickly as possible. Instead, we should cultivate patience and trust that everything will unfold at the right moment. By being patient, we can savor the journey rather than fixing our eyes only on the destination. This helps us to live more fully and to appreciate each moment as it gently arrives. Living a simple and patient life can greatly reduce the burden of stress and anxiety. When we let go of the need to have everything at once, we can relax and enjoy the very process of living. We become more present, more mindful, more connected to the world around us. This simplicity and this patience allow us to find peace and contentment in the here and now, rather than constantly reaching for something in the future. Non-attachment. Freedom from possessions and freedom from rigid ideas. Non-attachment is another crucial aspect of Taoist philosophy. It involves releasing our attachments to material possessions, to rigid ideas, and even to our own egos. In Taoism, attachment is seen as a source of suffering because it creates a sense of dependency and a quiet fear of loss. By learning to detach ourselves from these things, we can experience true freedom and a deep, unshaken peace. Material possessions often give us a false sense of security and identity. We might believe that having the latest gadgets, the finest clothes, or the largest house will finally make us happy. Yet these things can never provide lasting satisfaction because they are impermanent, always shifting, always changing. Taoism teaches us to find joy and fulfillment within ourselves rather than relying on external objects. This does not mean we should not enjoy beautiful things. It simply means we should not become attached to them, nor allow them to define our happiness. Non-attachment also touches our ideas and beliefs. We often cling to certain ways of thinking or behaving because they make us feel safe and in control. Yet rigidly clinging to these ideas can limit our growth and quietly prevent us from seeing new possibilities. Taoism encourages us to remain open-minded and flexible, to release our fixed beliefs, and to be willing to change. This openness allows us to learn and grow, to adapt to new situations, and to see the world in a wholly new light. And finally, non-attachment involves gently releasing our ego, that sense of self which separates us from others and from the world itself. The ego is often driven by fear and desire, endlessly seeking validation and control. By letting go of the ego, we can connect more deeply with the Tao and experience a profound sense of oneness with all of life. This does not mean losing our individuality. Rather, it means transcending the ego's narrow limitations and embracing our true nature. The benefits of letting go. Mental peace. One of the most significant gifts of letting go is the profound sense of mental peace it brings. In our fast-paced world, stress and anxiety are common companions. We often feel pressured to meet deadlines, to achieve goals, to live up to endless expectations. This constant striving can leave us feeling overwhelmed and quietly exhausted. And yet, by adopting the Taoist practice of letting go, we can significantly ease these feelings of stress and anxiety and slowly return to the calm center that has been waiting within us all along. When we finally stop trying to control every aspect of our lives and instead accept things as they truly are, we begin to create a quiet inner space, a space where calmness and clarity can gently take root. Letting go, in this sense, means trusting that things will unfold as they are meant to, without the need for our constant intervention. This trust in the natural flow of life can ease the pressure we so often place upon ourselves, allowing us to relax more deeply and to experience a fuller sense of well-being. Rather than being caught in an endless cycle of worry and tension, we can begin to settle into a state of ease and quiet serenity. And there is something more waiting here, something the ancient sages knew but rarely spoke of directly. For letting go also helps us break free from the negative thought patterns that quietly feed our stress. When we hold on to grudges, to regrets, or to fears, we are constantly reliving old wounds and anticipating troubles yet to come. This keeps us trapped in a state of mental turmoil, forever suspended between what was and what might be. By releasing these heavy emotions, we can begin to live more fully in the present moment. Mindfulness practices, which are closely aligned with Taoist principles, gently invite us to observe our thoughts and feelings without judgment, and to let them pass, like clouds drifting across an evening sky, without attachment. This subtle shift in perspective allows us to experience a deep sense of inner peace and to release the mental clutter that so often feeds our anxiety. There is another quiet gift hidden within the practice of letting go, one that touches the very heart of our daily lives. Improved relationships. Our connections with others can be a source of great joy and fulfillment, yet they can also become a source of tension and conflict. Often, the difficulties that arise in relationships stem from our own expectations, our judgments, and our subtle desire to control those around us. By learning to release these tendencies, we begin to cultivate healthier, more harmonious bonds. Letting go of expectations means accepting people as they truly are, without trying to reshape them into who we wish them to be. It means recognizing that each person walks their own path, in their own way, at their own pace. When we release the need for others to meet our expectations, we create space for genuine connection and understanding to blossom. We become more empathetic, more compassionate, and in doing so, we quietly strengthen every bond in our lives. And there is a further layer still, gentle yet profound. Letting go of judgments allows us to see others more clearly and to appreciate them for who they truly are. Judgments often build invisible walls between us and those we love, giving rise to misunderstandings and quiet conflicts. By practicing non-judgment, we can approach our relationships with an open heart and an open mind. This openness nurtures trust and respect, the very roots from which any healthy relationship must grow. Non-attachment, too, plays a quiet but essential role in the shaping of our relationships. When we cling to specific outcomes or to a fixed idea of how a relationship should be, we place an unnecessary weight upon ourselves and upon those we care for. Releasing these attachments allows us to experience our connections more freely and with far greater joy. We can savor the moments we share without clinging to them or fearing their loss. This gentle sense of freedom deepens the quality of our relationships and allows them to grow naturally and authentically in their own time. Yet perhaps the most surprising benefit is one you might not expect from a philosophy of stillness. For letting go and practicing non-attachment can also open the door to something quite unexpected: increased creativity. Creativity flourishes in an environment of openness and freedom. When we are bound to rigid ideas or fixated upon specific outcomes, we quietly limit our own ability to think creatively and to explore new possibilities. By releasing these attachments, we open ourselves to an entire world of creative potential. Non-attachment allows us to approach problems and even the great challenges of life with a fresh perspective. Rather than being confined by preconceived notions or fixed ideas, we begin to think beyond familiar borders and arrive at truly innovative solutions. This openness to new ideas is one of the great quiet engines of creativity. When we are no longer afraid to release old ways of thinking, we can experiment, take gentle risks, and explore uncharted territories within ourselves and our work. Furthermore, letting go of the need for perfection can deeply enrich our creative expression. The fear of making mistakes, or of not being quite good enough, can silently stifle our creativity and hold us back from sharing our gifts with the world. By embracing the Taoist principle of letting go, we can release these fears and allow ourselves to create freely and with great authenticity. Creativity, after all, is not about achieving perfection. It is about expressing our unique vision, our own quiet perspective upon the world. When we release the pressure to be perfect, we can truly enjoy the creative process and bring forth work that is more genuine and more deeply meaningful. And now, as we drift toward the deepest gift of all, there is one more benefit waiting, perhaps the most profound of them all: personal freedom. Letting go liberates us from the invisible constraints and heavy burdens that have long held us back. It frees us from the need to control everything, from the fear of failure, and from the many small attachments that quietly limit our potential. This sense of freedom allows us to live more authentically and more fully. When we release the need to control every aspect of our lives, we open ourselves to new experiences and to opportunities we could not have imagined before. We become more adaptable, more resilient, able to navigate life's rising tides and quiet lulls with grace and ease. This gentle flexibility allows us to meet change and uncertainty with curiosity and wonder, rather than with fear or resistance. Moreover, letting go of attachments liberates us from the endless pursuit of external validation and approval. Rather than searching for happiness and fulfillment somewhere out in the world, we learn, slowly, to find it within ourselves. This inner sense of fulfillment is far more sustainable and far more enduring than any outer achievement or possession could ever be. It allows us to live in quiet alignment with our true values and deepest desires, rather than being pulled along by the tides of societal expectation. Personal freedom also means having the courage to walk our own path, even when it differs from the conventional or expected route. Letting go empowers us to trust our own intuition and to make choices that are true to who we are. This authenticity leads to a more fulfilling and meaningful life, one that is no longer confined by the limitations or the expectations that others place upon us. And so, as this gentle current of wisdom carries us further into the night, we begin to see that the benefits of letting go are vast and truly transformative. By gently embracing the principles of Taoism, we can begin to experience a deeper mental peace, softly improve our relationships, quietly nurture our creativity, and awaken a profound sense of personal freedom. Letting go, you see, is not about surrender, nor is it about becoming passive. It is about trusting the natural flow of life and allowing things to unfold just as they are meant to. It is about releasing the burdens that weigh us down and opening ourselves to the limitless possibilities that life so quietly offers. As we learn to let go, we come to discover that true happiness, that lasting fulfillment, does not come from holding on. It comes from flowing gently with the ever-changing currents of life. And now, as the night deepens around you, let us turn to the practice of letting go. Mindfulness and meditation are powerful companions on this path, gentle tools that help us cultivate the ability to release. Mindfulness, at its heart, is the simple art of paying attention to the present moment, without judgment. It means being fully aware of what is happening right now, rather than being lost in the shadows of the past or the uncertainties of the future. By practicing mindfulness, we begin to develop a deeper awareness of our thoughts, our emotions, our sensations, and this awareness allows us to recognize the moments when we are holding on, unnecessarily, to things that no longer serve us. One of the simplest techniques for cultivating mindfulness is mindful breathing. This practice invites you to focus your attention on your breath as it flows softly in and softly out of your body. Find a quiet place, sit comfortably, close your eyes. Take a few slow, deep breaths and allow yourself to relax. Then, let your breath return to its natural rhythm. Pay attention to the gentle sensation of the breath as it enters and leaves your nostrils, to the quiet rise and fall of your chest, to the subtle movement of your abdomen. And whenever your mind begins to wander, as minds so often do, simply and gently guide your focus back to the breath. This quiet practice anchors you in the present moment, and it can be done anywhere, at any time. Meditation is another beautifully effective practice for letting go. Meditation invites us to sit quietly and to focus the mind, often on the breath or a mantra or a soft inner visualization. One well-loved technique is the body scan, in which you bring your attention, slowly and tenderly, to different parts of your body, noticing whatever sensations arise, without trying to change them. This practice helps you become more aware of the places where you might be holding tension or stress, and it gently allows you to release what is no longer needed. With regular meditation, the mind grows calmer, stress begins to soften, and the ability to let go of negative thoughts and emotions quietly deepens. Acceptance, dear listener, is one of the core principles of letting go. It means acknowledging and embracing reality as it is, without struggling against it, without trying to bend it into another shape. This is not passivity. This is not surrender. Rather, it is the quiet recognition that some things lie beyond our control, and the wise choice to focus our energy on what we can actually influence. One of the loveliest ways to practice acceptance is through self-compassion. So often, we are our own harshest critics, clinging to unrealistic expectations and burdening ourselves with judgment. By practicing self-compassion, we learn to be gentler with ourselves, to accept our flaws and our mistakes as part of the shared human experience. When you make a mistake, rather than berating yourself, softly acknowledge that it is all right to be imperfect. Treat yourself with the same kindness, the same understanding that you would offer to a dear friend on a difficult day. Another quiet dimension of acceptance is letting go of the need for approval from others. So often we seek validation from those around us, hoping it will make us feel worthy. But this seeking can lead only to constant striving and a lingering dissatisfaction that never quite fades. By accepting ourselves as we are, we free ourselves from this endless need for external validation. This means recognizing our own intrinsic worth and coming to believe, deeply and truly, that we are enough, just as we are. Acceptance also invites us to embrace change and uncertainty. Life is always shifting, always moving, and to resist this natural flow only creates stress and frustration. By accepting that change is inevitable and that we cannot predict or control every turn of the road, we may approach life with a more open, more flexible mind. This gentle openness allows us to adapt to new circumstances and to find quiet peace, even in the midst of uncertainty. And now, as our thoughts drift onward like leaves on a slow stream, we come to a practical, almost tender way of practicing letting go, and that is the art of decluttering. Decluttering involves gently removing unnecessary items from your physical space and simplifying your surroundings. This quiet process can bring profound physical and mental benefits, creating a soft sense of order and calm in your environment. Begin by looking around your living space and identifying the items that no longer serve a purpose or bring you joy. Perhaps it is clothing you no longer wear, or books you have already read, or small gadgets that have quietly outlived their usefulness. As you move through your belongings, ask yourself if each item still adds value to your life. If it does not, consider donating it, recycling it, or letting it go. Decluttering can be done slowly, one small area at a time, so that you never feel overwhelmed. The simple physical act of clearing a space can bring a greater sense of control and clarity. A cluttered room can create a feeling of quiet chaos, of unspoken stress, while a tidy and organized environment gently invites calm and focus. When your physical space is free of what is unnecessary, it becomes easier to relax and to concentrate on what truly matters. But decluttering, you see, holds mental benefits as well. Just as physical clutter can weigh on the body, mental soul. This includes the old grudges we carry, the regrets we replay, the negative thoughts that quietly linger. By releasing these mental burdens, we create more space for thoughts that are positive and productive and life-giving. Practices such as journaling can be a wonderful aid in this mental decluttering. Write down your thoughts, write down your feelings, and then, gently, let go of what no longer serves you. This can bring a quiet sense of release and a softer perspective on all that you carry. And yet, as our contemplation drifts deeper still, we arrive at what is perhaps the most challenging aspect of letting go, and also the most liberating. That is, letting go of control. Our desire to control outcomes, to control situations, and even to control other people often rises quietly from fear and from insecurity. We believe that if we can only control everything, we can somehow avoid uncertainty and secure our happiness. But this need for control creates its own immense stress, its own quiet frustration, because life, by its very nature, is unpredictable and uncontrollable. Learning to release control allows us to live more freely, more harmoniously, more gently in the flow of things. And what lies beyond this release, dear listener, is a stillness we have only just begun to touch. One gentle strategy for releasing control, dear listener, is the quiet practice of mindfulness and self-awareness. By becoming softly attentive to our thoughts and behaviors, we begin to notice the moments when we are trying to hold on too tightly. Perhaps you catch yourself micromanaging a project or turning the same worry about the future over and over in your mind like a stone in your palm. Acknowledge these tendencies without judgment and remind yourself, tenderly, that it is perfectly all right not to have everything figured out. Rest your attention on what you can shape, your actions, your attitudes, your responses, and let the rest drift away like mist at dawn. Another quietly powerful practice is learning to trust the process of life itself. This means cultivating a quiet faith that things will unfold as they are meant to, even when they refuse to follow the map you have drawn. Think back, if you will, to moments in your own past when circumstances did not go as planned, and yet in the end, they carried you somewhere unexpectedly good. Trusting the process is the belief that a larger current is at work beneath the surface, and that every ripple has its reason. This perspective softens the grip of the need to control every detail and invites you, instead, to move with the current rather than against it. The practice of gratitude, too, is a gentle doorway to release. When we turn our attention to what we are grateful for, we naturally step away from the ache of lack and the pull of control. Each day, take a small moment, perhaps in the hush before sleep, to reflect on the things for which you feel thankful, whether great or small. A warm cup, a kind word, the sound of rain. This simple practice draws you back into the present and softens the anxious grip of the future. But there is something even more restful still, waiting a little further along this path. Engaging in activities that emphasize flow and spontaneity can also help you loosen your hold on control. Creative pursuits, painting, dancing, playing music, invite you into the present moment and allow things to unfold of their own accord. In the same way, time spent in nature, watching the effortless movement of leaves, rivers, and clouds, gently reminds you of the beauty and harmony that arise entirely without human intervention. These experiences carry you into a state of flow, where you are fully immersed and engaged, no longer clutching at the outcome. And finally, dear listener, the setting of gentle boundaries is essential in this practice of letting go. Recognize, with kindness, that you cannot control the choices or actions of other people, and that trying to do so quietly wears away at your relationships. Instead, turn your attention to setting healthy boundaries that protect your own peace. Speak your needs and expectations clearly, and at the same time, honor the autonomy and freedom of those around you. Through such boundaries, the impulse to control softens, and your relationships become more balanced, more respectful, more true. Releasing control, then, is woven of many gentle threads: mindfulness, trust in life's natural flow, gratitude, immersion in flow, and the quiet strength of healthy boundaries. Together, these practices help you loosen your grip on every corner of your life and open instead into something more restful and more trusting. In letting go, you may find that stress softens, relationships deepen, and a wider sense of freedom and peace begins to settle over you like a warm blanket. This is not a giving up of responsibility, but rather a recognition of the limits of your control and a choice to place your energy where it truly belongs. To let go of control is to live more authentically, in quiet alignment with the natural rhythms of life. To feel how the principles of Taoism and the art of letting go move within real lives, let us turn for a little while to a few personal stories. These small tales show how ordinary people have leaned into these teachings and found through them a deeper peace, a quieter happiness, a truer kind of success. There is, for instance, the story of Sarah, a successful businesswoman who found herself endlessly stressed and stretched thin. Despite all her accomplishments, a persistent sense of dissatisfaction and unease followed her from meeting to meeting, from day into night. Sarah's turning point came when she was gently introduced to the concept of Wu Wei, effortless action. She began to practice mindfulness and meditation, learning to rest in the present moment and to release her need to control every outcome. Sarah slowly came to trust that things would unfold as they were meant to, without her constant hand at the wheel. As she settled into this quieter mindset, she discovered that her decisions grew clearer, her stress softened, and her work became something she could once again enjoy. Her relationships, too, began to breathe more easily, as she released her unrealistic expectations and allowed people to be simply as they were. Sarah's story is a soft reminder of how the practice of letting go can quietly transform both a professional and a personal life. Another gentle story is that of John, who had carried anger and resentment for many long years. He held tightly to old grudges and past hurts, and this weight slowly eroded both his mental health and his relationships. Through the practice of non-attachment, John began to loosen his grip on his anger and to open instead toward forgiveness. He started a daily meditation practice, quietly focusing on releasing negative emotions and cultivating compassion in their place. Over time, John noticed a soft but steady shift in his outlook on life. He grew more patient, more understanding, more at peace with himself and with those around him. His story reveals the profound, quiet power that letting go of heavy emotions can have on one's well-being and on the bonds we share with others. The principles of Taoism and the art of letting go have also been lived by many well-known figures throughout history. These people show, in their own extraordinary ways, that by embracing these teachings, one can arrive at remarkable success and deep fulfillment. And perhaps the most beloved example of all is yet to come. One such famous example is Bruce Lee, the legendary martial artist and actor. Bruce Lee was deeply shaped by Taoist philosophy, and especially by the concept of Wu Wei. He believed in the quiet importance of being like water, adaptable, flexible, and able to flow around every obstacle. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow, or it can crash. Be water, my friend. This gentle wisdom shaped not only his martial arts, but also his whole outlook on life. Lee's ability to release rigid techniques and to embrace fluidity allowed him to innovate and to rise to extraordinary heights in his field. His enduring success and the quiet echo of his legacy stand as living testaments to the soft, steady power of these Taoist principles. Another historical figure who so gently embodied the quiet art of letting go is Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism and the author of the Tao Te Ching. Though very little is known of the details of his life, his teachings have left a lasting impression on millions of souls across the world. His gentle emphasis on simplicity, on humility, and on harmony with the Tao offers a timeless guide for living a balanced and truly meaningful life. Lao Tzu's own life was, in itself, a soft reflection of his teachings. According to the old legend, he chose to leave his position as a court archivist and to live a simple, solitary existence, free from the heavy trappings of power and ambition. His ability to release worldly desires and to dwell in harmony with nature continues to inspire people, even now, in this very quiet hour. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, is another prominent figure who practiced this same gentle art of letting go. Jobs was known for his innovative thinking and for his willingness to embrace change. He understood, deep down, that failure and setbacks are simply part of the journey, and that clinging tightly to rigid plans or fixed ideas can only hinder the natural unfolding of progress. Jobs once said, "Remembering that you are going to die is the best way I know to avoid the trap of thinking you have something to lose. You are already naked. There is no reason not to follow your heart." This philosophy, this soft release of fear and attachment, allowed him to take bold risks and to drive quiet innovation, leading to the creation of some of the most groundbreaking products in modern technology. And here, as your breathing slows just a little more, notice how these examples reveal that the principles of Taoism and the art of letting go are not merely abstract theories floating somewhere far away. They are living, practical tools that can lead to profound personal transformation. Whether through the flowing adaptability of Bruce Lee, the gentle simplicity of Lao Tzu, or the fearless innovation of Steve Jobs, each of these individuals shows us that letting go can open the softest door to a more fulfilling and meaningful life. By embracing these quiet principles, we can move through the challenges of life with greater ease and grace, finding peace and contentment within the ever-changing flow of existence itself. And now, as we drift toward the closing of our gentle exploration of Taoism and the power of letting go, let us take a slow moment to gather together the key threads we have followed. We began by understanding the foundational concepts of Taoism, including the Tao itself, Wu Wei, and Yin and Yang. These principles teach us about the natural flow of life and the quiet importance of living in harmony with it. We learned that letting go is not about giving up, but about trusting the process of life and allowing things to unfold in their own time. We wandered gently into the concept of Wu Wei, or effortless action, which invites us to move in harmony with the natural current rather than to force outcomes into being. We also spoke of the importance of simplicity and patience, remembering that a simpler life, with fewer desires, can open the way to a much deeper peace and contentment. Non-attachment was another quiet thread we followed, illuminating the soft benefits of releasing our grip on material possessions, on rigid ideas, and on the ego itself. And the benefits of letting go were revealed through their impact on mental peace, on kinder relationships, on the awakening of creativity, and on the profound, spacious sense of personal freedom that follows. By letting go of the need for control, we ease stress and quiet our anxiety. We nurture healthier bonds with others. We open ourselves to fresh ideas, and we begin to live more authentically, more truly as ourselves. We also shared very practical steps for the daily practice of letting go, including mindfulness and meditation, the gentle practice of acceptance, the physical and mental relief of decluttering, and soft strategies for releasing the tight grip of control. These steps form a quiet roadmap for weaving the principles of Taoism into the fabric of our everyday lives. Throughout this journey, we have paused to hear real stories of those who have lived these Taoist principles, reminding us again and again that these ideas are not just theoretical. They are alive. They can lead to true personal transformation, and they invite us, so softly, to embrace the power of letting go within our own quiet lives. But perhaps the strangest and most beautiful part still lies ahead, for embracing the power of letting go is a lifelong journey toward greater peace, greater freedom, and deeper fulfillment. It is about trusting the natural flow of life and gently setting down the burdens that have weighed upon us for so long. As Lao Tzu, the founder of Taoism, so wisely said, "When I let go of what I am, I become what I might be." This quote captures, in the softest way, the very essence of letting go. It speaks of allowing ourselves to unfold, to evolve, to grow, unburdened by the constraints of our fears and our attachments. Remember, letting go does not mean abandoning your goals or your dreams. Rather, it means pursuing them with a sense of openness and flexibility, trusting that the right opportunities and outcomes will find their way to you in time. It is about finding balance and harmony in every corner of your life, from your relationships to your work to your own quiet inner growth. As you move forward in the days and nights ahead, I gently encourage you to practice the principles of Taoism we have spoken of. Begin with small, soft steps, whether that means practicing mindfulness, clearing a small space in your home, or releasing an old hurt that no longer serves you. Notice the quiet shifts these small practices bring into your life, and let them inspire you to continue along this soft, winding path. Letting go is a powerful act of self-liberation. It frees us from the endless need to control everything, and it allows us to live more fully. By embracing this philosophy, you can discover a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment, no matter what waves rise up to meet you. And now, as the room grows even quieter around you, let a new voice enter the stillness. Do you ever find yourself wrestling with the complexities of life, seeking guidance amidst the gentle chaos, or perhaps quietly pondering the very essence of existence itself? Within the vast labyrinth of philosophical thought, one voice emerges with a timeless resonance, offering solace and wisdom to all who wander through the intricate corridors of human experience. That voice belongs to Marcus Aurelius, a titan of ancient philosophy, whose profound insights continue to illuminate the path of introspection and self-discovery, even centuries after his time. Who was Marcus Aurelius, you might softly ask, as your eyes grow heavier still? Picture, for a moment, a Roman emperor, not merely draped in the regal robes of power, but quietly adorned with the deeper armor of profound introspection and philosophical inquiry. Born in the year 121 of the Common Era, Marcus Aurelius rose to the throne of the Roman Empire, and with that ascent came the enormous weight of governance and conquest. And yet, amid the ceaseless tumult of imperial duty, he devoted himself, quietly and steadily, to a single lifelong pursuit, the cultivation of wisdom and of virtue. But why, in this 21st century of ours, do we still turn to the musings of a Roman emperor for guidance? The answer, dear listener, lies in the enduring relevance of his insights. Aurelius wrestled with the very same existential dilemmas that trouble our modern minds: the pursuit of happiness, the nature of virtue, and the delicate art of living well. His Meditations, a private collection of personal reflections, remains a timeless wellspring of wisdom, offering profound insights into the human condition. And here, softly, is the heart of it all. What might you gain from wandering into the pages of Marcus Aurelius's Meditations? Imagine, for a moment, a quiet roadmap for moving through the complexities of life with grace and resilience. Each lesson distilled from the deepest currents of ancient wisdom, still resonating, still relevant in our own contemporary world. Through the gentle lens of his timeless philosophy, you will uncover insights that pass through the boundaries of time and culture, drawing you toward a deeper understanding of yourself and of the world that surrounds you. But let me pose a soft question. Amid the ceaseless chatter of daily life, how often do you truly pause to consider its deeper truths? In a world flooded with distractions and noise, finding a moment of stillness and inner reflection can feel like chasing something that keeps slipping away. And yet, within the pages of Marcus Aurelius's Meditations, there lies a sanctuary of serenity, a quiet refuge from the cacophony of everyday existence. So here is the gentle invitation I offer you. Come with me on a journey of discovery, as together we uncover 21 profound lessons drawn from Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. Side by side, we shall explore the timeless wisdom distilled within these ancient pages, each insight glowing like a small beacon of light amid the darkness of uncertainty. But be softly forewarned. Once you set out upon this journey of self-discovery, there is no turning back. Prepare to meet the depths of your own soul as we wander through the landscapes of virtue, of resilience, and of existential inquiry. Yet do not be afraid, for within the pages of this timeless masterpiece, you will find not only answers, but solace too, a guiding light to illuminate the path ahead. So settle in, dear viewer, and let yourself drift with me into an odyssey of the mind and spirit, a slow voyage into the heart of ancient wisdom, where the echoes of Marcus Aurelius's voice still resonate with clarity and quiet conviction. Acceptance of the present moment. Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. Living in the present moment is a notion so often preached and yet so rarely practiced. And still, within these words from Marcus Aurelius, we find a profound invitation to embrace the here and now with unwavering acceptance. What does it truly mean to accept the present moment? It means surrendering to the reality of what is, releasing our resistance to the unfolding of life's circumstances, and finding a quiet peace within the very heart of the chaos. In a world defined by constant distraction and endless striving, the notion of acceptance may seem strange, even counterintuitive. And yet, he gently reminds us that true liberation lies in embracing the present with open arms, free from the chains of regret and the restlessness of anticipation. Whether we find ourselves in moments of joy or in the shadows of adversity, it is our capacity to accept the present reality that grants us inner peace and serenity. The practice of Stoicism. Objective judgment, now, at this very moment. Unselfish action, now, at this very moment. Willing acceptance, now, at this very moment, of all external events. Stoicism, a philosophy grounded in the principles of reason, virtue, and self-discipline, finds its living embodiment in the life and teachings of Marcus Aurelius. At its heart, Stoicism teaches us to cultivate an unwavering sense of inner tranquility amid the turbulence of life's uncertainties. Rather than being swept away by the tides of emotion or circumstance, Stoicism empowers us to hold a steady resolve, rooted in reason and in virtue. For him, the practice of Stoicism was never a mere philosophical abstraction, but a guiding principle that quietly permeated every aspect of his life. In the face of adversity, he embodied the Stoic virtues of courage, resilience, and equanimity, showing a steadfast commitment to living in harmony with nature's gentle dictates. Through his actions and through his writings, he stands as a timeless exemplar of Stoic philosophy, inspiring countless souls across countless centuries to embrace a life of virtue and of inner strength. Virtue as the highest good. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Therefore, guard them accordingly, and take care that you entertain no notions unsuitable to virtue and to reasonable nature. In a world so consumed with the pursuit of pleasure and of material wealth, he offers a quietly radical redefinition of what truly constitutes the highest good in life. Unlike fleeting pleasures or outward accolades, virtue is an enduring quality that stands beyond the shifting whims of fortune, enriching the soul with a sense of purpose and of meaning. For Marcus Aurelius, the cultivation of virtue is not simply a means to an end, but the very essence of a life well lived. Whether it be the virtue of courage, of temperance, or of justice, he softly reminds us that true happiness arises when our thoughts and our actions are aligned with the noble principles of virtue. In a world so often shadowed by moral ambiguity and ethical uncertainty, the pursuit of virtue becomes a guiding light, illuminating the path toward a life of integrity and of moral excellence. But perhaps the deepest lesson is yet to come, and it waits for us just beyond this thought. Understanding impermanence. All is ephemeral, both fame and the famous alike. In the grand tapestry of existence, one undeniable truth quietly prevails: the impermanence of all things. From the fleeting beauty of a sunrise to the transient glory of great empires, Marcus Aurelius invites us to face the ephemeral nature of life with courage and with a deep, unshaken equanimity. Rather than clinging to the illusion of permanence, he urges us to open our arms to the ever-changing current of existence, remembering that all things surrender to the unhurried march of time. To embrace impermanence is not an act of resignation, but a quiet testament to the resilience of the human spirit. It is through the acceptance of life's fleeting nature that we find liberation from the chains of attachment and desire, learning to receive each moment as a precious gift, to be savored and cherished in equal measure. In his own timeless words, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. And now, drift gently with me into the quiet power of self-reflection. Look within, he tells us. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up, if only you will keep digging. In the restless pace of modern life, amid the endless noise of outward distractions, the practice of self-reflection rises like a soft beacon of clarity, a sanctuary offered to us in the midst of chaos. Marcus Aurelius understood the transforming power of turning inward, recognizing that true wisdom is drawn up from the deep well of self-awareness. When we turn our gaze inside, we begin to see the workings of our own minds and the quiet motives that guide our actions. Self-reflection is not a passive exercise. It is an active, gentle engagement with the inner landscape of the soul. It is a journey of discovery in which we meet our fears, our biases, and our insecurities with courage and honest tenderness. By allowing a soft light to fall upon the shadowed corners of the psyche, we uncover hidden truths and untapped potential, and slowly clear the path toward personal growth and transformation. And yet, before that inner light can shine steadily, we must also learn to master the tides that rise within us. Consider these words: choose not to be harmed, and you will not feel harmed. Do not feel harmed, and you have not been. Emotions, like stormy waves crashing against a shore, hold the power to sweep us into turbulent seas or carry us gently toward calmer waters. For Marcus Aurelius, the mastery of one's emotions was not a lofty ideal, but a quiet, practical necessity for moving through the changing seasons of life with equanimity. In the face of hardship, he teaches us to build within ourselves an inner fortress of emotional resilience, a place that shields us from the assault of negative thoughts and feelings. At the heart of his teachings on emotional mastery lies the principle of cognitive reframing, the gentle art of reinterpreting adversity through the lens of Stoic detachment. Rather than surrendering to the tyranny of our feelings, we may choose our response to the events around us, and in doing so, quietly reclaim sovereignty over our inner world. Through mindfulness and self-awareness, we learn to observe our emotions with a kind of detached curiosity, recognizing them as passing phenomena without any inherent power of their own. In his words, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. This is a soft yet piercing reminder that our thoughts shape our reality, coloring both our emotions and our actions in profound ways. By cultivating a mindset of stoic resilience, we rise above the limits of circumstance and find solace even in the midst of life's trials. And perhaps the gentlest doorway into that resilience is the quiet practice of gratitude. When you arise in the morning, he writes, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. In a world marked by restless consumerism and unending desire, the practice of gratitude becomes a soft act of rebellion, a quiet defiance against the tyranny of scarcity and lack. Gratitude has a transforming power. It teaches us that true abundance is not measured by the accumulation of things, but by an attitude of appreciation for the simplest blessings of life. Gratitude is not a passing emotion. It is a way of living, a daily practice that fills each moment with wonder and quiet awe. By turning our attention from what we lack to what we already hold, we open ourselves to the abundance that has been surrounding us all along. And again, in his words, when you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. And yet, gratitude alone does not shield us from the hardships of the world. So we come now to the quiet strength of embracing adversity. The impediment to action advances action, Marcus writes. What stands in the way becomes the way. Adversity, like a crucible of fire, has the power to forge us into stronger, more resilient beings. For Marcus Aurelius, hardship was not something to be feared, but welcomed as an opportunity for growth and self-discovery. In the face of trials, he teaches us to cultivate a mindset of quiet resilience, remembering that obstacles are not barriers, but stepping stones upon the path of our inner evolution. Central to his teaching on adversity is the principle of amor fati, the love of fate. Rather than lamenting the hand we have been dealt, we learn to embrace our circumstances with courage and equanimity, understanding that every challenge is an invitation to grow and to be transformed. From here, we drift gently toward the importance of integrity. The true worth of a man, he writes, is to be measured by the objects he pursues. Integrity, like a soft beam of light in the darkness, illuminates the path of righteousness and moral strength. Marcus Aurelius understood the intrinsic value of integrity, recognizing that true greatness lies not in the applause we receive, nor in the possessions we gather, but in the steadfastness of our character. In a world often shaped by ethical compromise, integrity becomes a guiding principle, a quiet north star that carries us safely through the turbulent seas of life. To stay true to oneself is not merely a matter of following outward standards, but a reflection of our deepest values and convictions. It asks of us an unwavering commitment to truth and honesty, even when adversity or temptation whispers otherwise. His words remind us gently that our worth is not determined by outward appearances, but by the integrity of our actions and the purity of our intentions. And so we arrive, softly, at the role of reason. Everything we hear, he says, is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. In a world so often clouded by misinformation and cognitive bias, the power of reason rises like a beacon of clarity, a guiding light within the fog of uncertainty. And the strangest, most beautiful part of this quiet journey is still ahead, waiting for us in the wisdom yet to come. The transformative power of rational thinking reveals itself gently in the stillness of night, reminding us that true wisdom does not arise from blind adherence to dogma, but from a patient, rigorous process of critical inquiry. The role of reason, as the ancients understood it, was never merely intellectual. It was, above all, a moral instrument, a quiet tool for discerning truth from falsehood, virtue from vice. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. These words serve as a soft yet potent reminder that reality is often shrouded in illusion, and that we are asked, night after night, to exercise discernment and a gentle skepticism in our pursuit of understanding. And so we drift toward the virtue of equanimity. In a world of constant flux and uncertainty, equanimity emerges as a steadfast anchor, a quiet beacon of stability amid the stormy seas of life. Marcus Aurelius understood the transformative power of maintaining inner balance, recognizing that true peace does not arise from resisting the ebb and flow of existence, but from embracing it with open, unhurried arms. The virtue of equanimity invites us to cultivate acceptance and resilience in the face of life's inevitable rises and falls. It is a soft recognition that change is the only constant, and that our ability to adapt, to move with the currents of fate, quietly determines the depth of our inner peace. Seeking inner peace, the mind will come to resemble its habitual thoughts, for the soul, as Marcus reminds us, becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. In the tumult of life's trials, the search for inner peace becomes a sacred journey, a gentle pilgrimage of the soul toward serenity and tranquility. It is the transformative power of inner peace, the recognition that true happiness arises not from external circumstances, but from a quiet sense of inner harmony. Finding peace within oneself asks of us a commitment to mindfulness and self-awareness, a willingness to face, without fear, the inner shadows that haunt our thoughts and emotions. It is a journey of self-discovery, in which we learn to cultivate a mindset of gratitude and acceptance, embracing life's challenges with grace and equanimity. Your mind will be like its habitual thoughts, for the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. These words serve as a reminder that true peace begins within, emanating outward to illuminate the world with its radiant glow. And yet, perhaps the deepest strength still lies ahead of us tonight, for from peace grows resilience. The obstacle is the way. In the quiet crucible of life's trials, resilience emerges as a beacon of strength, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the human soul. This is the transformative power of resilience. The recognition that adversity is not a barrier, but a crucible for personal growth and self-discovery. Through the practice of Stoic endurance, we learn to face life's challenges with courage and fortitude, turning obstacles into openings for transcendence. Building mental strength is not a matter of brute force or unyielding stubbornness, but rather a gentle cultivation of inner steadiness, an unwavering commitment to meeting adversity with grace and equanimity. The obstacle is the way. These words softly remind us that true greatness arises not from the absence of obstacles, but from our capacity to overcome them with courage and quiet resilience. From resilience, we move naturally into the practice of moderation in all things. In a world so often shaped by excess and indulgence, the virtue of moderation emerges as a guiding principle, a calm beacon of balance amid the noise of modern life. Marcus Aurelius understood the importance of moderation, recognizing that true happiness does not arise from the endless pursuit of pleasure, but from a life lived in harmony with the natural order. Practicing moderation is not a matter of deprivation or asceticism, but a gentle celebration of life's simple pleasures, a recognition that true fulfillment lies not in the accumulation of wealth or possessions, but in the cultivation of inner contentment. Moderation in all things. These words serve as a reminder that balance is the key to a life well lived, guiding us toward a path of sustainable happiness and lasting fulfillment. And still, something even more profound is waiting for us in the wisdom yet to come, the quiet art of embracing change. Time, Marcus tells us, is a river, a violent current of events glimpsed once and already carried past us, and another follows and is gone. In the ever-changing tapestry of existence, change reveals itself as an immutable truth, a constant companion on the journey of life. Marcus Aurelius understood the inevitability of change, recognizing that resistance is futile in the face of the relentless march of time. Instead of clinging to the past or yearning for an uncertain future, he teaches us to embrace the fleeting moment with open arms, honoring each moment as a precious gift to be savored and cherished. Embracing change is not resignation or defeat, but a quiet celebration of the inherent impermanence of existence, a recognition that all things must pass, giving way to new beginnings and endless possibilities. Gone. These simple words remind us that life is but a fleeting breath, urging us to meet the present with courage and gratitude. And now, as the mind grows softer still, we turn toward the letting go of ego. It never ceases to amaze me, Marcus writes, that we all love ourselves more than other people, yet care more about their opinion than our own. In the labyrinth of the human psyche, ego emerges as a formidable adversary, a shadowy specter that clouds our judgment and distorts our perception of reality. Marcus Aurelius understood the detrimental effects of ego, recognizing that self-absorption lies at the root of much suffering and discontent. Instead of seeking validation from external sources or clinging to a false sense of identity, he teaches us to release the ego, to step beyond the narrow confines of the self and embrace the deep interconnectedness of all living beings. Letting go of ego is not self-denial or self-effacement, but a liberation from the shackles of narcissism and self-interest. It is a recognition that true happiness arises not from the pursuit of fame or fortune, but from a sense of inner peace and quiet belonging. These words are a poignant reminder that true freedom lies in transcending the ego, embracing humility, and cultivating compassion for all beings. And so, gently, we approach the final horizon of this chapter, finding purpose in service. What is not good for the beehive, Marcus tells us, cannot be good for the bees. In the vast and quiet tapestry of existence, the search for purpose gently rises as a noble calling, a slow journey of self-discovery and self-transcendence. Feel, as you rest, how the transformative power of service moves softly through the heart, reminding you that true fulfillment does not arise from the chasing of selfish desires, but from a life lived in gentle service to others. What is not good for the beehive, Marcus tells us, cannot be good for the bees. And these unhurried words are a reminder that your own well-being is quietly, inseparably woven into the welfare of the whole. True greatness, he suggests, is not measured in the gathering of wealth or power, but in the quiet impact your presence leaves upon the lives around you. Finding purpose in service is not a matter of grand altruism or heavy self-sacrifice. It is, rather, a recognition of your deep interconnectedness with every living being. It is a soft celebration of the inherent dignity and worth of every soul, regardless of their station in life. And when you devote yourself, however humbly, to the service of others, you begin to draw from a wellspring of compassion and empathy that enriches your own inner life in return. In the words of Marcus Aurelius, the object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane. And so, as your breathing slows, remember gently that true happiness arises not from selfish pursuits, but from a life offered, quietly, in service to others. There is still more to uncover as you drift onward, for beyond service lies another rare and luminous virtue, one Marcus places at the very heart of a well-lived life: humility, walking hand in hand with success. Let it be your constant method, he says, to look into the design of people's actions, and to see what they would be at as often as is practicable. And to make this custom the more significant, practice it first upon yourself. In the dizzying heights of success, humility emerges as a rare virtue, a soft beacon of light amidst the shadows of ego and self-aggrandizement. True greatness, Marcus reminds us, does not live in the applause of others, but in the quiet dignity of self-awareness. Let it be your constant method to look into the design of people's actions and see what they would be at as often as it is practicable. These gentle words are a reminder that true wisdom does not spring from arrogance or pride, but from a humble recognition of your own limitations and shortcomings. Humility, in the presence of success, is not a matter of self-effacement or false modesty. It is a celebration of the interconnectedness of all living beings. It is the tender recognition that your achievements, however bright, are only fleeting moments in the grand tapestry of existence, deserving of gratitude and reverence rather than arrogance or entitlement. By cultivating humility, you open yourself, quietly, to the wisdom of others, understanding that true greatness lives not in isolation, but in collaboration and cooperation. And from this soft soil of humility, another quiet flower grows, the developing of inner strength. The universe is change, Marcus reminds us. Our life is what our thoughts make it. Through trials and tribulations, inner strength rises as a beacon of resilience, a testament to the indomitable spirit of the human soul. Marcus Aurelius understood the transformative power of inner strength, not in the absence of adversity, but in your ability to meet it with courage and fortitude. These words are a gentle reminder that your growth does not come from ease alone. Developing inner strength is not a matter of brute force or unyielding hardness, but of resilience and self-awareness. It asks you to face your fears and insecurities with courage and honesty, understanding that true growth arises not from comfort, but from adversity. By embracing life's challenges with grace and equanimity, you draw from a deep wellspring of inner strength, one that empowers you to move through the shifting tides of existence with dignity and calm. And beyond even this lies the softest, most quiet horizon of all, the embracing of mortality. You could leave life right now, Marcus says. Let that determine what you do and say and think. In the shadow of mortality, the inevitability of death rises as a sobering truth, a gentle reminder of the fragility and impermanence of human existence. Awareness of your own mortality becomes a quiet catalyst for living a life of purpose and meaning. You could leave life right now. These words are a soft reminder that your time upon this earth is finite, urging you to hold the present moment with courage and gratitude. Embracing mortality is not a matter of morbid fixation or nihilistic despair. It is a celebration of the preciousness of life. It is the recognition that each moment is a gift to be savored and cherished, an opportunity to make a meaningful impact on the world around you. By facing the reality of death with courage and equanimity, you free yourself, gently, from the shackles of fear and regret, and you begin to embrace life with open arms and an open heart. The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius remain a timeless reservoir of wisdom, offering profound insights into the nature of existence and the art of living. Throughout this slow, unhurried journey, you have drifted through a myriad of lessons distilled from the depths of ancient philosophy, each one a guiding light amidst the darkness of uncertainty. From the acceptance of the present moment to the cultivation of resilience, Marcus teaches you to move through life's complexities with grace and equanimity. You have learned the importance of living in harmony with nature, of embracing change, and of finding purpose in service to others. You have felt the transformative power of humility, the slow cultivation of inner strength, and the necessity of embracing mortality as a catalyst for a life of purpose and meaning. As you rest with these timeless principles gathering quietly around you, remember that wisdom is not merely intellectual but practical, a companion for walking through the complexities of existence with courage and grace. Heed his gentle call to action, applying these principles in your own life with diligence and intention. In a world so often filled with uncertainty and turmoil, the teachings of Marcus Aurelius offer a soft beacon of hope. They remind you that true greatness does not lie in the pursuit of external accolades or material wealth, but in the cultivation of inner virtue and moral excellence. Let these principles settle within you now, with an open heart and an open mind, understanding that true happiness does not arise from external circumstances, but from a life lived in quiet alignment with truth, virtue, and reason. And as you drift onward into the deeper hush that follows, a new stream of wisdom is already beginning to whisper, waiting, patiently, just beyond this next gentle breath. Have you ever gazed upon a cracked vase, or a stone softened by the patient hand of weather, and felt something quietly, inexplicably beautiful stir within you? What if I told you that there is an entire philosophy devoted to cherishing the imperfect, the impermanent, and the incomplete? This is the very heart of a uniquely Japanese way of seeing the world, known as wabi-sabi. And tonight, as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin to soften, we will drift gently into how this ancient wisdom can quietly transform the way you perceive the world around you and the life you are living within it. Wabi-sabi is far more than an aesthetic. It is a way of being, one that embraces the beauty of nature's flaws and the unpredictable meanderings of life. It rises from the still, profound waters of Zen Buddhism, a tradition that reveres the fleeting, ephemeral nature of all things. This philosophy whispers that there is elegance in simplicity, richness in the modest, and depth in the small details that time so lovingly leaves behind. And why should this matter to you, resting here in the hush of night? Imagine for a moment living in a world where your scars, your fears, and your quiet flaws are not merely tolerated but celebrated, honored as the marks of a genuine existence, as symbols of a life truly lived. That is the tender promise this philosophy offers. It presents a way of seeing in which the constant pressure to attain perfection is not only unnecessary but gently counterproductive. In our restless pursuit of flawlessness, in everything from our work to the polished images we present to the world, we so often lose sight of what truly enriches our days. By slowly weaving this philosophy into your everyday life, you can uncover a deeper satisfaction, not by adding more, but by learning to treasure what is already yours. This way of seeing has the quiet power to transform ordinary experiences and simple objects into wellsprings of joy and contemplation. It teaches you to find the story hidden in a chipped cup, the memory folded within a fading photograph, cherishing them as cherished markers of time and experience, rather than things awaiting replacement. And here is a soft question to carry with you as we drift deeper. What if the very imperfections you have longed to hide are, in truth, the most beautiful parts of you? That gentle truth will unfold, slowly, in the moment still ahead. Tonight's exploration will not only trace the roots of this fascinating philosophy, but will also offer you tender, practical ways to bring its principles into the rhythm of your days. By the close of this quiet journey, you will begin to see how embracing imperfection can lead to a fuller, more authentic experience of being alive. We will wander into how this philosophy softly challenges the relentless chase of perfection in modern life, and how it offers instead a peaceful alternative, one that honors the cracks and crevices, both in our pottery and in ourselves. You may wonder how something as simple as appreciating a weathered piece of wood could possibly reshape your life in any meaningful way, and this is precisely where the subtle power of this idea lies. It gently turns your gaze away from what things are supposed to be, toward a quiet appreciation of what they truly are. And this small shift in perception can ease your stress and deepen your emotional stillness. Moreover, wabi-sabi is deeply and beautifully intertwined with the Japanese tea ceremony, a practice that embodies this philosophy through its rituals and its unwavering devotion to the present moment. The ceremony itself is a soft dance of mindfulness, where every gesture, every vessel, every whispered movement becomes a celebration of imperfection, together weaving a harmonious and profoundly meaningful experience. This tradition quietly reminds us that beauty and fulfillment can be found even in the most fleeting of moments. If you are ready to gently shift your perspective and to discover beauty in the most unexpected corners of your life, stay with me, breath by breath. This is not merely about learning a new philosophy, it is about transforming the way you live, by softly changing the way you see the world. And it all begins with embracing the art of perfect imperfection. The art of perfect imperfection. Wabi-sabi teaches us that beauty is an unfolding process, a quiet reflection of the ebb and flow of life itself. This philosophy arises from a worldview deeply rooted in Zen Buddhism, which honors simplicity, authenticity, and the transient nature of all things. The teachings of Zen suggest that enlightenment can be reached through meditation, through insight, and through a tender understanding of the impermanence woven into the fabric of the world. This Japanese tradition also shapes, in profound ways, the traditional tea ceremony, a practice that gathers within it the very essence of mindfulness and quiet acceptance. The tea ceremony, known as chanoyu, is the ritual preparation and offering of matcha, a soft, powdered green tea. It is an art form that reveres process above outcome, in which every step, every tool, every gentle movement becomes an embodiment of gratitude for the fleeting moments that shape our existence. Within this philosophy, beauty is not to be found in the flawless or the eternal. Instead, it lives quietly within the cracks, the gentle wear, and the natural cycle of growth and decay. This perspective invites us to look beyond conventional standards of beauty, to see the quiet allure in a withered leaf, the elegance in the aged grain of old wood, and the story whispered by a chipped ceramic bowl. Each of these imperfections stands as a testament to a history, to a life lived, and to the great, unhurried forces that shape everything in the universe. Moreover, this philosophy was never meant to remain still, but to flow and change with life itself. It gently suggests that beauty is dynamic, ever-changing, and that our understanding of beauty must move and breathe alongside it. By embracing this way of seeing, we learn to treasure the richness of life as it is right now, without clinging to past ideals or reaching anxiously toward future expectations. This tender notion of finding beauty in the here and now is an integral part of Zen teaching, which reminds us that the present moment is all we truly have. And so, this philosophy, along with its quiet home within the Japanese tea ceremony, becomes a profound reminder of the transient nature of our existence. It encourages us to live more fully, to cherish the temporary beauty that surrounds us, and to cultivate a soft, abiding peace with the world's inherent imperfections. By learning to honor these elements, we open ourselves to experiences and aesthetics that gently defy convention, broadening our perspectives and deepening our engagement with the world. This philosophy is far more than a criterion of taste. It is a quiet pathway toward a deeper understanding of life and of our tender place within it. And just beyond this next slow breath, another whisper of wisdom is already waiting, patiently, to find you. It gently invites us to reconsider our relationship with nature, with objects, and with one another in a way that quietly nurtures authenticity and harmony. This philosophy does not only enrich our appreciation of art and design, it also deepens our respect for the natural world and for its quiet capacity to teach us about beauty, resilience, and the inevitability of change. Embracing imperfection. Perfection cannot truly be reached, and yet, if we chase perfection with a soft heart, we may still catch excellence along the way. This gentle insight invites us to consider a crucial aspect of the Japanese philosophy we have been drifting through together, the calm acceptance of imperfection. Unlike much of modern Western culture, which so often strives toward an unreachable ideal of flawlessness, this Eastern way of seeing encourages us to notice the beauty and the value that live within what is flawed and unfinished. And this approach does not apply only to physical objects. It stretches, softly, into how we see ourselves and into the way we meet one another. Consider for a moment the immense pressure so many people quietly carry to present a perfect facade. Whether it appears in academic achievements, in social media profiles, or in the way one wishes to be seen physically, this pursuit of perfection can bring on a heavy weight of stress, of anxiety, and of a lingering, never-ending sense of inadequacy. The contrast with the philosophy we are exploring could hardly be more striking. Here, the inherent beauty of an object or of a person is often found precisely in its unique imperfections and in the quiet story those imperfections tell. This kind of acceptance can nurture a more compassionate and realistic image of the self, allowing each of us to appreciate our own uniqueness without the relentless pressure to fit into narrow societal ideals. And beyond this, the effect of societal pressure on individual well-being and self-esteem is truly profound. In a world that so often worships perfection, the constant comparison to idealized images and impossible standards can quietly erode a sense of worth, leaving behind a slow, chronic feeling of failure. This is where the philosophy of embracing imperfection becomes far more than a beautiful idea. It becomes a practical, tender path toward a healthier way of living. It teaches, softly, that the marks of wear and time are not signs of unworthiness. They are instead quiet evidence of a life that has truly been lived. And perhaps, as you rest here listening, you may begin to sense how such a shift in perspective could gently lift the psychological burden of needing to seem perfect. It can ease anxiety, soothe the shadows of sadness, and guide the mind toward a more balanced and satisfied state. There is more, though, still waiting for you in this slow unfolding. For this philosophy also nurtures resilience. By understanding at a deep level that everything is subject to change and to gentle decay, a person can grow more emotionally and mentally flexible, better able to meet the challenges and the small setbacks that life will inevitably bring. This kind of resilience is precious in a society that so often hides its vulnerabilities, showing only its successes and quietly concealing its failures. To embrace imperfection, then, is not merely an aesthetic choice. It is a profound, life-affirming stance that welcomes acceptance, that invites growth, and that encourages a deeper engagement with the world as it truly is, rather than as we might wish it to be. In this way, the philosophical approach we have been resting within offers a powerful and quiet antidote to the modern obsession with perfection. By realigning our perceptions with the gentle realities of nature and of existence, it helps us cultivate a more genuine, more fulfilling way of being alive. It softly challenges us to redefine beauty, success, and value in terms that honor the dignity of what is natural and what remains unfinished. And this, in turn, can lead us into a more authentic and liberated way of living, one that celebrates the inherent worth of every individual and of every moment just as they are, without the endless pressure to polish, to perfect, or to perform. Finding beauty in the imperfect. There is a crack in everything. That is how the light gets in. This evocative line captures, with quiet precision, the very essence of finding beauty in what is imperfect, and of understanding how the philosophy we have been discussing gently nurtures this way of seeing. This perspective invites us to view the marks of time and of use, not as blemishes or defects, but as features that tell a story, and that quietly add character. And let us pause here and consider how nature itself is the true master of this kind of beauty. When we turn our attention to the natural world, we find that it is full of imperfections. Trees are gnarled, rocks are asymmetrical, coastlines curve and break in irregular lines. And yet, it is precisely these imperfections that make the landscape breathtaking, that make it unique. The appreciation of natural aging, or of the soft patina of time, is clearly present in the way we perceive old trees, whose twisted branches and rugged forms seem to whisper of resilience and of long survival. In the same way, weathered stones, smoothed slowly by rivers or by the sea, speak of the patient, relentless force of nature and of the passing of time. These elements do not diminish the beauty around them, they enrich it, offering a quiet texture to our visual and tactile experience that polished new surfaces can never quite provide. Within the realm of art and aesthetics, this philosophy is vividly expressed through practices such as kintsugi, the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery with lacquer mixed with precious metals like gold or silver. Rather than hiding the damage, kintsugi gently emphasizes it, giving birth to a new kind of beauty that both acknowledges and honors the object's history. Each crack is highlighted, never hidden, transforming what might otherwise be seen as a flaw into a striking feature, a feature that softly tells its own story of breakage and repair, of life and recovery. And in a similar spirit, the asymmetry of traditional Japanese gardens is a deliberate effort to reflect the sporadic, unplanned beauty of nature itself. These gardens are designed to lead the eye on an unstructured journey through contrasting textures and uneven landscapes that echo the natural world, quietly encouraging meditation and mindfulness. They are a reflection of the world as it truly is, not a manicured version of how we might wish it to be. And this design philosophy can gently teach us to appreciate the beauty in what is uncontrolled and unplanned, encouraging a more accepting and open view of our own lives. To understand and to embrace this view, dear listener, can profoundly shape how we perceive both the world around us and the quiet self resting within. It teaches us to cherish the present moment and to find quiet beauty in the now, despite its imperfections, rather than forever reaching towards some more perfect future that may never arrive. This philosophy helps to cultivate a gentle inner peace and a soft, lasting satisfaction. It reminds us that beauty is everywhere, hidden in every crack and blemish, if only we learn to notice it and hold it dear. By welcoming the idea that flaws themselves can contribute to beauty, we grow more accepting of our own imperfections and of the imperfections of others. This can lead, in time, to a more compassionate society, where the pressure to be flawless softens, and where individuals feel more truly valued for their unique traits and their unique stories. Such a shift in perspective is not only about aesthetic appreciation, it is about nurturing a kinder, more inclusive way of living, one that celebrates diversity and quiet resilience in the face of life's many challenges. Now let us turn, dear listener, to the gentle art of embracing transience. The beauty of life lies in its impermanence. Embrace the slow, endless dance of change. This quiet, powerful thought invites us to consider the often overlooked virtue of transience, an essential thread woven through the philosophy that celebrates imperfection and impermanence. This perspective asks us to rethink our relationship with the temporary nature of life itself. Life is a series of moments, each fleeting and unrepeatable, much like the cherry blossoms that bloom so spectacularly and yet so briefly each spring in Japan. These blossoms are revered, not in spite of, but precisely because of, their short-lived beauty, which quietly symbolizes the transient nature of our own lives. Impermanence, in this philosophical light, teaches us that everything in life, our joys, our sorrows, our challenges, and our triumphs, is only temporary. This can be a deeply comforting thought, especially during the darker hours, for it reassures us that pain and hardship are not permanent visitors. And yet, in the same breath, it reminds us to cherish the beautiful moments, knowing that they too will one day pass. This double awareness can profoundly shift the way we move through our daily lives, encouraging us to live more fully in the present, to engage more deeply with our experiences, and to appreciate the here and the now, rather than always straining toward the next thing. And there is more to come in this quiet meditation, for accepting impermanence also helps us to navigate life's inevitable changes with more grace. Consider the seasons. Each one brings its own challenges and its own joys. And just as winter always gives way to spring, so too do difficult times eventually give rise to better days. By embracing this cycle, we learn not to despair during the downturns, nor to take our good fortune for granted when times are kind. This balanced approach to life's rising and falling tides fosters a more stable and grounded existence, softening our anxiety about the future and easing our regrets about the past. The philosophical implications of embracing transience are vast. It challenges the very way we think about existence, urging us to reconsider our fears of death and of loss. By acknowledging that life is a temporary journey, we can quiet the existential dread that so often accompanies thoughts of our own mortality. Instead, we can turn our attention to making the most of our time, forming meaningful relationships, and creating a positive imprint on the world. This shift not only nurtures our own well-being, but also encourages us to leave behind a legacy of kindness and mindfulness for others to follow. Embracing transience also shapes our approach to joy and to sorrow. To understand that both are passing can ease the pressure of trying to hold on to happiness forever and allow us to experience sadness or disappointment without being swept away by them. This gentle acceptance creates a more emotionally rich and balanced life, in which the darker emotions are seen as natural and necessary threads in the fabric of the human experience, rather than as something to be feared, avoided, or suppressed. The acceptance of life's impermanence, so lovingly highlighted in this philosophy, offers a more fulfilling way to live. It teaches us to embrace change, to appreciate the moment, and to accept the ebb and flow of life's experiences with grace. By doing so, we can transform our understanding of life and death, of joy and sorrow, and learn to move through the complexities of human existence with greater ease and insight. This perspective invites us not merely to endure life's changes, but to engage with them actively, finding beauty and meaning in the slow dance of change. And now, softly, we come to the power of simplicity. In simplicity, there is truth. This quiet, insightful thought captures the essence of cultivating simplicity, a principle that lies at the heart of the aesthetic and philosophical foundations of the Japanese philosophy we have been gently exploring. This approach to life emphasizes the importance of stripping away the non-essential and focusing instead on the core elements that truly matter. In an age when consumerism and digital overload so often overwhelm our senses and clutter our minds, the call for simplicity becomes ever more vital. Simplicity, in this sense, is not only about minimalism in design or in our possessions. It is about cultivating an inner clarity and about placing life's essential values at the center of our attention. This philosophy teaches that true beauty and true satisfaction arise from a deep appreciation of the basics, whether in art, in nature, or in the quiet rhythms of our daily routines. By reducing the extraneous, we make gentle room for the truly important aspects of life to flourish. A simple, unadorned piece of pottery, for example, one that bears the honest marks of its maker, can feel more appealing and more meaningful than a perfectly mass-produced object. This preference for simplicity extends into personal lifestyles as well, encouraging practices that focus on authenticity and on a deep connection to one's environment and community. The benefits of decluttering and of simplifying life are many, dear listener. On a practical level, reducing physical clutter in our homes and in our workspaces can lead to a clearer mind and to a softer, quieter stress. Many studies have shown that excessive belongings can create a kind of sensory overload, while clean and orderly spaces can help to calm the mind and to sharpen our focus. But decluttering, as we shall see in a moment, is not only about tidying up physical spaces. It is also about simplifying our schedules, our commitments, and even our digital lives. This process helps us give priority to the activities and the relationships that truly enrich our days, allowing us more time and more energy to engage with them deeply. On a deeper level still, simplifying life can bring significant emotional and psychological benefits. It allows for greater self-reflection and for a clearer understanding of one's own desires and needs, without the constant distraction of new possessions or the pressure to keep pace with passing social trends. In this quieter space, a person can develop a stronger sense of self and a more grounded way of being. Such clarity can gently enhance our relationships and our overall satisfaction with life, since our decisions become more likely to align with our personal values and with our long-term goals. The cultivation of simplicity, as taught by this philosophy, is not merely an aesthetic choice, but a profound decision about how to live. It challenges us to rethink what is truly necessary and what actually brings us genuine joy and lasting peace. This minimalist approach does not mean living without any luxury or without comfort. Rather, it means making more conscious choices that align with the core principles of authenticity and of sustainability. By embracing simplicity, we slowly learn to appreciate the abundance found within less, and to discover greater depth and greater meaning in the ordinary hours of our everyday lives. And now, let us turn to wabi-sabi as it lives in daily life. Enjoy the little things in life, for one day you may look back and realize that they were, in truth, the big things. This closing thought beautifully summarizes the essence of bringing the principles we have been discussing into our daily existence. It is about recognizing and savoring the beauty hidden within the mundane, within the imperfect, and within the transient moments that so often pass unnoticed, yet which together define the shape of our lives. Let us explore, then, some practical ways to bring this philosophy into our everyday routines, gently emphasizing mindfulness and the acceptance of life's natural flow. One practical suggestion is to begin each day with a small moment of appreciation. Before the rush of daily responsibilities takes hold, take just a few minutes to notice and to appreciate something simple around you. Perhaps the way the morning light filters through your window, the texture of your breakfast on the plate, or the sound of the birds outside your walls. This practice helps to cultivate a habit of mindfulness that can extend itself throughout the entire day, quietly enhancing your awareness and your appreciation of the world around you. Another way to embrace these principles is through the gentle art of journaling. Keep a gratitude journal, in which you regularly record the things for which you feel thankful, especially those small, imperfect details that would normally slip past unnoticed. This could be a note about a pleasant conversation, about the unique way your coffee spilled and formed an unexpected pattern, or about how you felt while reading a certain book. Journaling not only serves as a reminder of these small moments, but also gently encourages a positive mindset, one that keeps its focus on beauty and on appreciation. In addition, simplifying your living space can be a transformative step. Declutter your environment so that you keep only those items that hold meaning for you or that truly serve a purpose. This does not mean that your space should feel sparse or stripped of all decoration. Rather, let each object around you be something that resonates with a personal significance, that tells a story, or that brings you joy. This might mean repairing and keeping an old, comfortable chair that has seen better days because it holds countless memories, rather than replacing it with something new but impersonal. When it comes to accepting the natural flow of life, practice letting go of the need for control. This can be applied in small, everyday contexts, such as not fretting over a change in plans, or over a project at work or at school that did not unfold perfectly. Recognize that these small deviations are part of life's gentle impermanence, and that they can often lead to unexpected joys or to quiet lessons that shape us. Furthermore, encourage yourself and encourage others to find beauty within the small, everyday moments and within the ordinary objects that surround you. This could take the form of practicing photography, whether with your phone or with a camera, focusing on capturing images of everyday life in unusual and insightful ways. Photograph the way the shadows play across a busy street, the smile of a friend at rest, or a meal as it sits, just before it is eaten. Photography can become a powerful tool that helps us to observe the world in a more detailed and more appreciative way. Lastly, engage in activities that slow down your pace and allow you to enjoy the very process of creation. This could be anything from gardening, where you witness the slow but deeply rewarding process of growth and of decay, to cooking, where you can appreciate the colors, the textures, and the flavors of the ingredients themselves. Each of these activities offers its own unique imperfections and its own challenges, providing us with countless opportunities to embrace and to celebrate the unexpected and the transient. By integrating these gentle practices into your life, you gradually shift your focus away from the pursuit of perfection and toward the appreciation of beauty within imperfection. This not only makes your daily life more fulfilling, but also aligns your actions with a deeper philosophical appreciation for life exactly as it is, quietly enhancing your overall well-being and your inner contentment. Remember, It is the small, seemingly insignificant moments and the tiny details that so often weave the richest tapestries of our lives. Embracing this truth can transform ordinary days into a series of meaningful experiences, rich in beauty and in quiet satisfaction. In today's journey through the philosophical landscape of embracing imperfection, we have explored the rich tapestry of a philosophy that finds profound beauty in the flawed, in the impermanent, and in the incomplete. We began by introducing an idea deeply rooted within Japanese culture, that there is elegance and depth in the naturally occurring imperfections all around us. This principle, drawn from Zen Buddhism and embodied within practices such as the Japanese tea ceremony, teaches us to appreciate the beauty of the present moment and the authenticity of weathered objects and passing hours. And yet, as we shall soon see, the deepest layer of this philosophy still lies ahead of us, waiting quietly in the pages to come. We reflected on the practice of embracing imperfection, drawing a quiet contrast between the often unreachable standards of modern society and the gentler acceptance, even celebration, of flaws as the true markings of authenticity. This way of seeing not only questions our unending chase after the flawless, but also opens a softer, more compassionate lens through which to view ourselves and the world that turns around us. We wandered further into the aesthetic tenderness that lives inside natural aging and slow decay, as seen in weathered stones, cracked pottery, and the deliberate asymmetry of traditional Japanese gardens. These small examples show how the imperfect and the impermanent can stir a deeper connection to the beauty of the natural world and to the passing hours of our own lives. We also let ourselves consider the philosophical weight of impermanence, welcoming the fleeting nature of life itself. To do so helps us cherish each passing moment and eases the existential burden of everyday struggle. By acknowledging that all our experiences, both the joys and the sorrows, are only temporary, we quietly cultivate emotional resilience and a more balanced perspective on the tides that lift us and lower us again. And then there is the quiet virtue of simplicity, which aligns beautifully with this philosophy, gently pointing us toward a life centered on the essentials. To simplify our surroundings and our routines can lead to a clearer mind and a fuller life, allowing us to give our attention to what truly matters, our relationships, our passions, and our own personal growth. To weave these principles into daily living, we offered small, practical touches, like practicing mindfulness, softening the clutter of our spaces, and finding joy in the smallest everyday details. In doing so, we learn to live more authentically, resting more fully in the present, and finding contentment in the very imperfections that make our journeys ours alone. Remember, this path toward appreciating imperfection does not ask us to abandon our aspirations or to stop reaching for growth. Rather, it invites us to gently redefine what it truly means to live a successful, beautiful life. It encourages us to find balance and beauty within the natural flow of existence, accepting imperfection not merely as a part of life, but as a fundamental thread woven into its inherent grace. As you drift onward from these words, take a soft moment to consider the imperfections quietly present in your own life. Whether they appear within your relationships, your achievements, or your everyday surroundings, consider how these imperfections might not be shortcomings at all, but instead small stories and gentle symbols of a life richly lived. Embrace them not merely as inevitable, but as valuable. And remember, in the slow dance of change, in the ephemeral and the imperfect, there lies a profound beauty and a soft reminder of our shared human experience. Let this philosophy be not only a topic of quiet fascination, but a living, breathing part of your everyday life. Cherish the cracks, for they are the very places through which the light enters, revealing the true beauty of our imperfect world. In an age where the mantra, "time is money," echoes through the bustling streets of cities and drifts into the cluttered inboxes of our digital lives, the relentless pursuit of efficiency has quietly transformed itself into exhaustion. Did you know that the average person makes over 35,000 decisions in a single day? From the moment we wake until the moment we finally close our eyes, we are surrounded by choices, notifications, and deadlines, each one reaching for a slice of our ever-thinning attention. This unending pace of modern life, so often praised as the hallmark of productivity and success, carries within it a quieter, unspoken toll. A rising tide of stress-related illness, a widening crisis of mental well-being, and a subtle, creeping sense of disconnection from what truly matters. But what if the secret to a richer, more fulfilling life lies not in moving faster, but in gathering the quiet courage to slow down? And here begins something worth listening for a little longer. Tonight we drift into an oasis of calm within the desert of our hurried existence. into the gentle concept of slow living. Far from encouraging idleness, slow living offers a radical yet wonderfully simple antidote to the high-speed, high-stress lifestyle that has ensnared so many of us. It is a philosophy that dares to question the modern equation between speed and success, suggesting instead that true richness comes from experience, not from efficiency. At its heart, slow living is about making a conscious choice. It is about deciding to step off the treadmill of daily life, to walk beside it instead, savoring the scenery, engaging deeply with our surroundings, and nurturing the connections that quietly nourish the soul. It is a movement that advocates for a less hurried life, not for the sake of doing less, but so that we may live more deliberately, more fully, more in tune with ourselves. Yet is such a shift truly possible in a world spinning as quickly as ours? Or is it merely a luxury afforded only to a fortunate few? Can the principles of slow living genuinely offer an answer to the quiet malaise of modern life? Or are they simply another passing trend in the endless cycle of lifestyle fads? These questions linger softly, and the answers, in their own gentle way, are still ahead of us. Together, we will explore the psychology that lies beneath slow living, drifting into its many benefits, from improved mental health and physical well-being to deeper, more meaningful relationships. We will unfold the principles and practices that define slow living, offering both a philosophical perspective and gentle, actionable guidance for weaving these practices into your daily life. By the end of our journey together, you will hold a deeper understanding of how even the smallest touches of slow living can transform your relationship with time, with productivity, and ultimately with life itself. We will quietly challenge the prevailing narrative that faster is always better, and explore how slowing down can lead to a more enriching and more satisfying way of being. So if you are feeling overwhelmed by the pace of your days, curious about the slow living movement, or simply seeking a more mindful way to move through your hours, stay here with me. This gentle exploration may offer the very shift in perspective you have been quietly searching for, one that welcomes a more balanced, joyful, and fulfilling approach to life. In the swirling current of our day-to-day existence, modern life seems to spin a little faster with each passing moment. This whirlwind is not merely a feeling, but a reality that shapes the way we live, pushing us toward a horizon that seems forever out of reach. Imagine waking to an alarm that jolts you from sleep with a sharp reminder that the race against time has already begun. From the very instant your feet touch the floor, you are placed upon a treadmill set at an ever-increasing speed. This is not simply a matter of physical motion. It is the relentless pursuit of productivity, of efficiency, of connectivity that defines the very essence of contemporary life. Our ways of living have been reshaped into a high-definition, fast-forward version of existence, one that prizes speed above all else. We inhabit an age in which technology has blurred the lines between work and home, where emails, notifications, and digital tasks quietly infiltrate every moment of our days. The notion of being always available has come to be worn as a badge of honor rather than heeded as a warning sign, with the digital world offering us endless streams of information and entertainment at the tap of a screen. This constant connectivity, revolutionary though it may be in the way we communicate and reach for information, also means that our minds are perpetually engaged, never truly resting, always processing. But at what cost does this speed arrive? The impact of living in the fast lane is far-reaching, touching our physical and mental health in ways that are becoming impossible to ignore. Studies and findings from every corner of the globe paint a concerning picture. The unrelenting pace of modern life is giving rise to elevated levels of stress, anxiety, and burnout. It is as though the human body and mind, in their current evolutionary state, were never designed to bear the ceaseless demands placed upon them by a world that refuses to sleep. Stress, in particular, has become a constant companion for so many. It is the body's natural response to challenges or demands, yet in excessive amounts, it becomes anything but beneficial. Chronic stress can wreak havoc upon our bodies, leading to high blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and a weakened immune system. Mentally, the toll is equally heavy, with heightened risks of depression, anxiety, and insomnia. The irony is palpable. In our quest to live fuller, more productive lives, we have inadvertently tipped the scales, compromising the very health and well-being we sought to nourish. The concept of burnout, once reserved for those on the highest rungs of high-stakes professions, has now become a familiar plight across nearly every sector of the workforce. Marked by extreme exhaustion, feelings of detachment, and a sense of ineffectiveness, burnout is the body and mind's cry for a pause. It is a desperate signal that the pace of life has outrun our capacity to cope. And yet, amid this dizzying rush, a quiet countermovement is beginning to emerge, one that champions the art of slowing down as a revolutionary act of self-care, a gentle rebellion against the societal norms that glorify speed. This movement, known as slow living, is not a call to abandon ambition or turn away from technology. It is, rather, an invitation to reassess our relationship with time and with productivity. It asks us to consider a critical question at the heart of our relentless pursuit of efficiency. What are we truly gaining, and at what cost? As we move deeper into the principles of slow living, we begin to uncover a pathway, not only to a more sustainable way of life, but to a more meaningful and fulfilling existence. It is a journey that asks us to confront the very foundations upon which we have built our lives, to question the measures by which we define success, and to dare to imagine a life in which time is not an enemy, but a friend. This exploration is not about slowing down merely for the sake of slowness. It is about discovering a rhythm of life that resonates with the core of our being, offering us a chance to live deeply rather than merely exist on the surface. The philosophy of slow living is not a new invention. Rather, it is a return to principles that have guided human societies for centuries. This approach to life, which emphasizes balance, harmony, and alignment with the rhythms of nature, draws heavily from ancient wisdom. Cultures across the world, from the East with its Zen Buddhism, its Taoism, and the teachings of Confucius, to the Western philosophies of Stoicism and Epicureanism, have long preached the virtues of living in harmony with the natural world, of practicing mindfulness, and of finding contentment in the simple pleasures of everyday life. These ancient teachings underscore the importance of a life well lived over one that is merely busy. They remind us that true fulfillment does not arise from the accumulation of material wealth or from the relentless chase after success, but from a deep engagement with the world around us, a celebration of the present moment, and an appreciation for the simple joys that life so quietly offers. At the heart of the philosophy of slow living lie several core principles that challenge the frenetic pace of modern existence, gently encouraging us instead to embrace a more measured, more thoughtful approach to our days. Let us move now, slowly and carefully, into these guiding tenets. The first is mindfulness. At the very heart of slow living rests the principle of mindfulness, which is, in essence, about living in the moment and paying close, tender attention to the here and now. Mindfulness teaches us to be fully present in our experiences, to engage deeply with the current moment without being pulled away by regrets of the past or anxieties of the future. This can be as simple as savoring the flavor of a meal, truly listening to a friend without already shaping your next response, or noticing the play of sunlight through the leaves during a quiet walk. Mindfulness, cultivated through practices such as meditation, deep breathing, and mindful observation, allows us to slow the pace of our minds even when the world around us continues to rush by. It is about finding a stillness within, a quiet center from which we can experience life more fully. And perhaps, as we settle into this stillness, the strangest realization is still to come. The discovery that everything we have been chasing has been waiting all this time within the quiet of the present breath. Another cornerstone of slow living is simplicity, which involves reducing clutter. Not only the physical clutter of our homes, but also the noise and the distractions that fill our minds and our lives. It is about identifying what is truly important and gently letting go of the rest. This principle is not about deprivation, but about discernment. It is the quiet recognition that more possessions, more commitments, and more stimuli do not necessarily lead to more happiness. On the contrary, simplicity can open the door to a richer, more vibrant life by clearing space for what really matters. In practice, simplicity might mean decluttering our living spaces, limiting our engagements to those that truly add value to our days, or reducing our consumption in favor of quality rather than quantity. And perhaps, as you drift a little deeper into this thought, the most surprising discovery is still ahead, that in choosing less, we somehow begin to feel that we have more. Quality over quantity. This principle encourages us to value the depth of our experiences and the meaning of our possessions above sheer number. In a world where we are so often urged to seek more goods, more experiences, more achievements, slow living invites us to find satisfaction in fewer but richer moments. It is about choosing a handmade item that carries a story rather than a mass-produced one, preferring a leisurely meal in the company of loved ones over a hurried bite of fast food, or gently choosing one meaningful project at a time, rather than scattering ourselves across many at once. By focusing on quality, we engage more deeply with our choices, and in that engagement, we begin to notice a greater fulfillment, a quiet appreciation for the craftsmanship, the time, and the effort behind everything we choose to bring into our lives. Connection. And finally, slow living reminds us of the importance of connection, deep, meaningful connection with other people, with nature, and with ourselves. It recognizes that relationships are not truly sustained through likes and comments on social media, but through time spent together, through conversation, through shared experiences, and through mutual support. In the same way, our connection with nature is rekindled not through screensavers or documentaries, but through direct, immersive experiences in the natural world. And our connection with ourselves is deepened not through constant busyness and distraction, but through quiet reflection, through creative pursuits, and through gentle self-care. These connections are essential for a fulfilling life. They give us a sense of belonging, a sense of peace, and a sense of joy. In embracing the principles of slow living, we are invited to step off the fast track and rediscover the rhythms that resonate with our deepest selves. It is a journey back to the basics, back to the timeless truths that our ancestors understood so well. That life's richest moments come not from the rush, but from the pause. Not from the quantity, but from the quality. Not from the noise, but from the silence. As we explore the philosophy of slow living further, we begin to see that it is not merely about slowing down for its own sake, but about making room for a more intentional, more meaningful, and more joyful life. And here, perhaps, another quiet realization begins to form, that the true gift of slow living is not only in what it removes, but in what it allows to grow in its place. Embarking on the journey into the realm of slow living brings with it a wealth of benefits that touch every aspect of our lives, from the tranquility of our minds to the vitality of our bodies and the depth of our relationships. The rewards of embracing a slower pace are profound and far-reaching. Let us drift gently into these benefits and understand how they unfold in our everyday lives. Improved mental health. In a world that so often feels as though it is spinning too fast, our minds can become whirlpools of stress, anxiety, and quiet despair. The constant rush to meet deadlines, the incessant hum of notifications, and the pressure to keep up can leave us feeling drained and strangely disconnected from ourselves. Slow living, however, offers a sanctuary, a place of calm within the storm. By adopting the principles of mindfulness and simplicity, we learn to move through our days with a sense of peace and purpose, rather than with chaos and hurry. The practice of focusing on the present moment, a cornerstone of slow living, helps to gently break the cycle of worry and rumination that so often fuels anxiety and low mood. And by simplifying our lives, by softening the clutter of obligations and distractions, we create space for the mind to rest and to renew itself. This simplicity allows the mind to breathe, to process, to settle, reducing the overwhelm that can lead to burnout and mental fatigue. In embracing slow living, we are not merely doing less, we are giving the mind the quiet gift of space, and from that space rise clarity, creativity, and joy. Enhanced physical health. The benefits of slow living reach beyond the mind and touch the body in tangible ways. The stress and the fast pace of modern life do not only weigh upon our mental well-being, they settle into our bodies, contributing to a whole range of health concerns. High blood pressure, heart disease, disturbed sleep, and weakened immune systems can all be worsened by a life lived in the fast lane. Slow living, with its emphasis on mindfulness, simplicity, and connection, offers a gentle counterbalance to these pressures, nurturing physical health and vitality. Engaging in slow, mindful practices, spending time in nature, and adopting a slower rhythm of eating can all contribute to lower blood pressure and a reduced risk of heart disease. These practices invite a state of relaxation and calm, allowing the body to shift from the stress-driven fight-or-flight response into the restorative state of rest and digest. And this quiet shift can improve heart health, strengthen the immune system, and support the overall well-being of the body. Slow living also encourages a more mindful approach to eating and to movement, cultivating a healthier relationship with food and with our own bodies. When we take the time to prepare and to savor our meals, we are far more likely to make nourishing choices and to enjoy the simple act of eating. In the same way, choosing physical activities that we genuinely love, rather than those we feel we should do, leads to a more sustainable and more joyful approach to fitness. Deeper relationships. And perhaps one of the most profound gifts of slow living lies in the way it transforms our relationships. In a fast-paced world, our interactions with others can so easily become superficial and transactional, squeezed into the narrow margins of our busy schedules. Slow living invites us to shift from quantity to quality, to pour our time and our presence into the people who matter most. This principle of slow living quietly nurtures deeper, more meaningful connections with the people who share our lives. When we begin to prioritize genuine time with family and friends, gathering together without the constant distraction of glowing screens or the pressure of the ticking clock, we allow stronger bonds to form and lasting memories to take root. Slow living gently invites us to listen more deeply, to speak more openly, and to show up more fully for those we love. These small, tender practices not only enrich our relationships, but also offer a quiet sense of belonging and support, something that is essential for our mental and emotional well-being. And this softening reaches even further. Slow living extends into our relationship with the wider community and with the natural world around us. It encourages us to engage with the neighborhoods we live in, whether by supporting small local businesses, taking part in community gatherings, or offering our time as volunteers. These connections strengthen our sense of place and slowly contribute to a more caring, more cohesive society. In a similar way, by nurturing a deeper connection with nature, slow living reminds us of our humble place within the larger web of life, awakening a quiet sense of awe and gratitude that enriches the spirit. And yet, while the slow living movement offers such a compelling blueprint for a more meaningful, more balanced life, embracing its principles within a society that so often glorifies speed, efficiency, and constant connectivity brings its own set of challenges. There are also thoughtful criticisms surrounding the movement's practicality and accessibility, criticisms that raise important conversations about privilege and about whether the ideals of slow living can truly be lived by everyone. And this is where the story becomes more interesting still, because the deeper we look, the more honest the picture becomes. Let us consider first the question of practicality. The first hurdle many people encounter when they first consider slow living is the perceived impracticality of adopting such a way of life within a fast-paced, productivity-driven society. For countless individuals, the demands of work, the responsibilities of family, and the weight of societal expectations create a whirlwind of activity. And from within that whirlwind, slowing down can seem not only impractical, but almost unthinkable. The modern economic model, with its endless focus on growth and efficiency, often leaves very little room for the slower rhythms that slow living quietly advocates. People may worry about falling behind in their careers, about being judged for not keeping up, or they may simply find it logistically difficult to carve out even small moments of stillness within a schedule brimming with obligations. And beyond this, the digital age has ushered in a culture of instant gratification and constant connectivity, making it difficult for many to unplug, even briefly. The unspoken expectation to always be available, together with the fear of missing out, can turn the idea of disconnecting into a source of anxiety rather than a source of relief. In this context, the movement's emphasis on stepping back from digital overload and giving preference to face-to-face interaction can feel more like a distant ideal than a workable reality. Then there is the matter of criticism itself. Criticism of the slow living movement often gathers around questions of privilege and accessibility. Critics rightly point out that the ability to choose a slower pace of life, to work less, to consume mindfully, or to engage in time-consuming practices such as slow food is a luxury not available to everyone. For those struggling simply to make ends meet, holding down multiple jobs, or living in environments that do not naturally support a slower way of life, the ideals of slow living can feel out of reach and at times even exclusionary. This critique extends to the movement's emphasis on simplicity and minimalism, which for some can quietly imply a level of financial security and personal choice that is not granted to all. The ability to declutter, or to choose quality over quantity, already presupposes a baseline of material comfort that makes such decisions possible in the first place. Because of this, critics of slow living argue that the movement risks losing touch with the realities of many people's lives, offering solutions that may serve the privileged few well, while failing to address the systemic pressures that drive the relentless pace of modern life for the majority. And there is more. The slow living movement's emphasis on connecting with nature, on enjoying leisurely hobbies, and on cultivating in-person relationships quietly assumes access to green spaces, to free time, and to a supportive community. For those living in dense urban environments, under financial strain, or struggling with social isolation, these aspects of slow living may not only be difficult, but may also highlight the deeper inequalities in access to a truly fulfilling life. And yet, in spite of these challenges and criticisms, the slow living movement continues to inspire those who long for an alternative to the hurried demands of modern existence. It calls for a broader conversation. A conversation about how we might, together, create a society that values well-being, sustainability, and connectedness above raw speed and productivity. Facing these criticisms directly, the proponents of slow living are increasingly searching for ways to make its principles more inclusive and more accessible, recognizing that a genuinely fulfilling life should not be the privilege of a few, but a real possibility for all. By engaging honestly with these critiques, the movement itself continues to evolve, becoming not merely a personal lifestyle choice, but a quiet catalyst for wider societal change. And perhaps this is the gentlest truth of all. Embracing the slow living movement does not mean you must overhaul your entire life overnight. It is about starting small, about making manageable changes that, taken together, slowly contribute to a more mindful, more balanced way of being. This gradual approach helps ensure that the transition remains sustainable and enjoyable, rather than turning into yet another overwhelming task on an already crowded list. So let us gently explore some practical ways to weave the principles of slow living into your daily life, focusing on small, achievable steps that carry a meaningful impact. The beauty of slow living is that even the smallest of changes can lead to a profound shift in how we experience our days. And one of the easiest ways to begin is simply by noticing the moments in your routine that feel especially rushed or stressful, and choosing, quietly and consciously, to approach them differently. If your mornings feel like a frantic race against the clock, try waking just 15 minutes earlier so you can savor a quiet cup of tea or coffee before the day truly begins. This small adjustment, gentle as it seems, can set a far more peaceful tone for the hours that follow. Another lovely approach is to single out one activity each day and perform it slowly, with your full attention resting upon it. It could be eating a meal without the distraction of any screen, taking a leisurely walk beneath the open sky, or simply sitting quietly for a few minutes to breathe and to reflect. The essence lies in being fully present during this chosen time, allowing yourself to engage completely with the activity and with the sensations it brings. These little pockets of slowness become daily reminders of the value of pacing ourselves, of savoring the simple pleasures that life so quietly offers. Mindfulness practices lie at the very heart of slow living, helping us stay anchored in the present moment and gently softening the pace of our inner dialogue. A wonderful place to begin cultivating mindfulness is through regular meditation, and meditation need not be intimidating, nor need it consume long hours of your day. Even a few minutes, offered honestly, can make a meaningful difference. There are many free applications and online resources ready to guide beginners through short, simple meditation sessions that can slip easily into even the busiest of schedules. Another mindfulness practice is to carry out a small check-in with yourself at various points throughout the day. This means pausing, whatever you happen to be doing, to take a few deep breaths and to notice your surroundings, your thoughts, and your feelings, without judgment, without correction. These small pauses can break the cycle of endless mental chatter and bring a gentle sense of calm into your day. Gratitude journaling is yet another quietly powerful practice. Each night, before sleep gathers you into its arms, write down 3 things for which you feel grateful. This simple ritual shifts your focus toward the good that already surrounds you, and it can noticeably deepen your sense of well-being and contentment. And now, softly, we turn to the question of a digital detox. In our hyper-connected world, technology plays an enormous role in accelerating the pace of life. And while our devices offer remarkable benefits, their constant presence can also feed stress, distraction, and that quiet, ever-present feeling of being always on. Introducing a digital detox, even in small doses, can help ease these effects and cultivate a slower, more intentional way of living. One simple strategy is to set aside certain times of the day as screen-free moments. Mealtimes, for instance, offer a perfect chance to disconnect from your devices and to reconnect with the people around you, or simply with the food before you. Another approach is to establish screen-free zones within your home, such as the bedroom, encouraging better sleep and gentler, more tranquil spaces. And friends, a small request if I may. Support The Dark Mind with a like. It truly helps this quiet channel grow. Thank you, and let us continue. A more structured way to reduce digital consumption is to plan regular detox days or detox periods. This might be 1 day a week, 1 weekend each month, or even a single hour each day when you commit to switching off your devices and instead turning toward non-digital pursuits that bring you joy. During these hours, you might explore a hobby, spend time outdoors, read a beloved book, or simply relax and do nothing at all. The idea is to give your mind a gentle rest from the constant flow of information and stimuli, allowing you to reconnect with yourself and with the world around you in a more meaningful way. By beginning with small steps, by practicing mindfulness, and by thoughtfully shaping your relationship with technology, you can gradually weave the principles of slow living into the fabric of your daily life. These practices help you reclaim your time, focus your attention on what truly matters, and live more fully, more joyfully. Slow living is not about rejecting the modern world. It is about learning to move through it more mindfully, more intentionally, creating space for peace, for connection, for well-being. Now, the philosophy of slow living, though never formally set down in the writings of ancient philosophers or the earliest psychologists, resonates deeply with many of their teachings, quiet insights. And so let us gently explore how the thoughts of renowned philosophers and psychologists align with the principles of slow living, each accompanied by a passage that captures the essence of their view. But before we speak of Seneca and his meditations on time, we begin with a voice from a different, more inward tradition, one whose words may follow you into sleep. Carl Jung spoke of the importance of self-reflection, and his words hold within them a small, striking truth. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Jung's work on the necessity of self-reflection and the journey toward self-awareness offers a profound psychological foundation for the principles of slow living. Jung believed that by turning our gaze inward, we begin a path of individuation, a process of self-discovery and integration that leads us towards psychological wholeness. This inward journey is not unlike the ethos of slow living, which invites a mindful examination of our lives, our choices, and the pace at which we pass through the world. Jung's emphasis on the unconscious and on the symbols that rise gently from its depths reminds us how much understanding and insight can be gathered in moments of quiet reflection and stillness. Slow living, with its steady encouragement to pause and to reflect, mirrors Jung's belief in the transformative power of looking within, of finding balance, purpose, and a deeper connection to our authentic self. And so, in this way, the slow living movement can be seen as a contemporary echo of Jung's ideas, inviting us to awaken to our true potential simply by slowing down and paying attention to the inner workings of our minds and our hearts. And now, as promised, we turn to Seneca and to his enduring reflections on the value of time. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Life is long enough, and a sufficiently generous amount has been given to us for the highest achievements, if it were all well invested. Seneca's meditations on time and on the importance of living wisely resonate deeply with the philosophy of slow living. The Stoic philosophers' insistence that the problem lies not in the brevity of life, but in our misuse of it, gently challenges us to reconsider our relationship with time itself. And slow living answers that challenge, quietly and steadily, by encouraging a more intentional, more considered approach to how we spend each of our days. By choosing to slow down, to prioritize depth over speed, and to cultivate mindfulness in our daily activities, we quietly align ourselves with Seneca's wisdom. The slow movement gently encourages us to invest our time in what truly matters, to savor the experiences life offers, and to live in accordance with our own values. Seneca's perspective softly reminds us that the richness of life is not diminished by how long it lasts, but by our failure to inhabit it fully and consciously. Slow living, then, can be seen as a practical application of Stoic principles, a way of ensuring that our time is well spent and our lives well lived. And then there is Henry David Thoreau, that great advocate of simplifying life. I went to the woods, he wrote, because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. Thoreau's quiet experiment in simple living at Walden Pond stands as one of the seminal examples of the principles that underpin slow living. He sought to strip away the non-essentials, to live in harmony with nature, and to discover the true essence of a life well lived. His deliberate choice to embrace simplicity and mindfulness in pursuit of a deeper understanding of and connection with the natural world mirrors the slow living ethos with striking clarity. Thoreau's advocacy for simplicity, self-reliance, and mindfulness offers valuable lessons for anyone drawn towards a slower way of being. By reducing the clutter, both physical and mental, that tends to occupy our lives, we can focus more fully on the present moment and on the aspects of life that truly enrich us. Thoreau's journey gently challenges us to question those societal norms that equate success with accumulation and busyness with importance. In embracing the lessons of Walden, the slow living movement calls us back to the basics, to a life that prioritizes depth, connection, and personal fulfillment over speed and superficiality. These perspectives highlight a common thread running through the ages, the search for a meaningful, balanced, and reflective existence. And while the very term slow living might not have been used in earlier centuries, the essence of this philosophy quietly permeates the teachings of many great thinkers, suggesting that the yearning for depth, connection, and mindfulness in life is, in truth, a timeless pursuit. Before we draw this journey to a gentle close, let us take a moment to reflect on the path we have wandered together, delving into the serene waters of slow living. We began by painting a picture of the modern lifestyle, marked by its relentless pace, its constant connectivity, and the toll it takes on our mental and physical health. The cacophony of our daily existence, with its myriad demands and distractions, has led many of us to yearn quietly for a different way of being, one that is more intentional, more balanced, more truly fulfilling. Into this vast, noisy landscape stepped the philosophy of slow living, a gentle yet powerful countercurrent to the speed and noise of contemporary life. We explored its historical and philosophical roots, finding resonance with the teachings of great thinkers, of Carl Jung, who invited us to look inward for awakening, of Seneca, who reminded us of the true value of time, and of Henry David Thoreau, who sought simplicity and deliberate living as the very essence of existence. These perspectives, though separated by centuries, converge on one profound realization: that the quality of our lives is not determined by the speed at which we move through them, but by the depth of our engagement with the present moment. The benefits of embracing slow living are as varied as they are significant. From improved mental health, fostering a calm and resilient mind, to enhanced physical well-being and the deepening of our relationships, the rewards of decelerating our lives are both profound and far-reaching. And yet, as we have acknowledged, this path is not without its challenges and its criticisms, particularly within a society that so often equates being busy with being important and productivity with worth. Despite these hurdles, the essence of slow living is not about retreating from the world, but about engaging with it more meaningfully. It is about making conscious choices that align with our deepest values and desires, rather than being swept along by the currents of societal expectation and digital overload. As we approach the close of this reflection, I invite you, softly, to pause and consider your own life. Where might you benefit from slowing down? What small, manageable changes might you make to bring more moments of stillness, reflection, and connection into your days? The journey to slow living does not require grand gestures or radical life overhauls. It begins with a single step, a moment of pause, a single deep breath. Let this exploration be a quiet catalyst for your own exploration into slow living. Embrace the power of pause, the richness of reflection, and the beauty of connection that lies at the heart of this philosophy. As you venture forth, carry with you the wisdom of those who have walked this path long before us, and the knowledge that slowing down is not about doing less, but about living more deeply, more fully, more truly. In the words of Mary Oliver, to pay attention, this is our endless and proper work. Let slow living be your invitation to pay attention to the life that unfolds around you and within you in every moment of every day. It is a path to a more vibrant, joyous, and meaningful existence. So take that step, embrace the slow, and awaken to the wonder of your own life. And now, gently, softly, let us turn towards another quiet mystery. Have you ever found yourself pondering the fundamental questions of human existence? Who am I? Why am I here? What is the purpose of life? If you have, then without knowing it, you have already stepped into the realm of existentialism, a philosophy that places human individual existence, freedom, and choice at its very center. Imagine for a moment that you are floating in the endless cosmos, gazing down at the world, a tiny sphere suspended in an infinite expanse. All the successes, all the failures, the entire human experience condensed into this one small dot. It feels overwhelming, does it not? It may even seem, for a heartbeat, absurd. But do not despair. For that very sense of insignificance is precisely where existentialism begins, and, as you will soon see, where a strange and unexpected freedom quietly waits to be found. Existentialism, in its simplest form, is a philosophy devoted to the search for the self and for the meaning of life through free will, personal choice, and the quiet burden of responsibility. It refuses the notion that the universe itself holds any built-in truth or hidden meaning about our individual lives. Rather, it whispers that it falls to each of us, alone, to give our own life its meaning, to navigate this vast and uncaring cosmos, where the old structures and inherited morals offer no easy path forward. This philosophy came into being in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, born out of the chaos and disillusionment that followed the Second World War. It was, in essence, a philosophical rebellion, one that sought to explore the human condition in a world that had begun to appear increasingly absurd. Among the many thinkers who contributed to this thought-provoking field, two names stand especially tall and will serve as our guiding stars throughout this exploration: Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus. Jean-Paul Sartre, the celebrated French philosopher, is often seen as the pivotal figure in existentialist thought. His belief that existence precedes essence captures the idea that we come into the world without any predefined purpose or nature, and that we must instead create our essence through the choices we make and the actions we take. In Sartre's view, we are not born carrying a specific mission or an inherent meaning stitched into our being. Rather, we find ourselves in a seemingly arbitrary world, and it becomes our existential responsibility to shape our own destiny and to give our life its unique, unrepeatable meaning. Then there is Albert Camus, another French philosopher who, though often grouped with the existentialists, preferred to describe his own philosophy as absurdist. For Camus, the universe is indifferent to our struggles, joys, indifferent even to the fact that we exist. And yet, rather than allowing this recognition to drag him into despair, he saw it as a starting point, an invitation to create our own meaning, to rebel against the absurdity, and to embrace the strange freedom it silently offers. Together we shall wander deep into their philosophies, gently unpacking their key concepts and exploring how their ideas can illuminate the corners of our own lives. Because, after all, is that not the ultimate goal? To understand and to move with grace through our existence in this grand and endless cosmos. So welcome, softly, to our journey into the heart of existentialism. A journey where we may not find easy answers, but where we shall, without doubt, uncover thought-provoking questions about life, about freedom, and about the quiet weight of personal responsibility. The roots of existentialism, though firmly planted in the 19th and 20th centuries, reach back much further, drawing nourishment from the rich philosophical soil of the past. The philosophy's emphasis on individual experience, on freedom, and on the meaning of existence can be traced to the works of thinkers such as Søren Kierkegaard and Friedrich Nietzsche. Kierkegaard, a Danish philosopher writing in the middle of the 19th century, is often hailed as the very first existentialist thinker. He stressed the importance of individual experience and personal responsibility, arguing against the growing trend of philosophical abstraction and insisting on the centrality of the individual's direct, lived experience. He argued that truth is subjectivity, meaning that the most significant truths, especially those concerning ethics and religion, are deeply personal and profoundly subjective. On the other side stands Nietzsche, the iconoclastic German philosopher who fiercely criticized the established values of his time. Nietzsche's philosophy echoed the existentialist theme of individualism. He celebrated the creative, life-affirming individual who defies conventional morality in order to fashion their own values, their own truths, their own reasons for being. Despite these early roots, existentialism as we understand it today truly came into its own in the aftermath of the Second World War, a time that witnessed cataclysmic despair, unspeakable loss, and a deep crisis of identity. It was a period in which previously held societal and philosophical certainties were overturned, forcing humanity to reconsider its place within the world. In this context, existentialism's emphasis on personal freedom, on the responsibility of choice, and on the search for an authentic existence resonated with a quiet, aching depth. The core tenet of this philosophy, that existence precedes essence, stood in gentle defiance of the traditional philosophical view that essence, or a fixed nature, must come before existence. This revolutionary idea suggested that we are born without a predetermined purpose, without a preordained nature, and that it is our responsibility, and ours alone, to define ourselves through our actions and our choices. Simone de Beauvoir, another significant existentialist thinker, echoed this sentiment in her seminal work, The Second Sex, where she examined the existentialist dilemma through the lens of women's experience, thereby weaving existentialism together with the growing feminist movement of her time. Existentialist philosophy was also profoundly shaped by the rapidly shifting political landscape. The rise of totalitarian regimes, the horrors of the Holocaust, and the looming shadow of the nuclear threat gave rise to a profound sense of fear, uncertainty, and alienation, feelings that were mirrored and echoed within existentialist works. And yet, before we move on, it is worth pausing, softly, to consider that the story is only beginning to reveal itself. For beyond philosophy and politics, there was another current still to come, one flowing through art and literature that would shape existentialism in ways perhaps even more intimate. For it is also essential to notice the cultural landscape, particularly the fields of literature and art, which so profoundly influenced existentialism. Existential themes appear clearly in the works of Fyodor Dostoevsky, Franz Kafka, and Samuel Beckett, whose characters so often grapple with despair, isolation, and the absurdity of existence, vividly illustrating existentialist ideas in vivid human form. And so, existentialism emerged from the quiet convergence of philosophical thought, historical upheaval, and cultural expression. A reaction to the modern world's challenges, urging individuals to confront the absurdity of their existence and to find personal meaning amid the swirling chaos. Now, having set the historical stage, let us move gently toward the central figures of our exploration, Sartre and Camus. Their philosophies, born out of that tumultuous period, continue to challenge and inspire us as we make our way through the complexities of our own lives. Jean-Paul Sartre, born in the year 1905 in Paris, France, was a man of many talents. He was a philosopher, a novelist, a playwright, and a critic, whose influence reached far beyond the quiet corridors of academic philosophy. He is widely regarded as the foremost figure of the existentialist movement. Orphaned when he was still very young, Sartre was raised by his grandparents, and even in those early years, he showed remarkable brilliance. He excelled in his studies and eventually entered a prestigious university in Paris. It was there that he met his lifelong companion, Simone de Beauvoir, a formidable intellectual in her own right, and together they formed a radical, open relationship that would gently but firmly challenge the norms of the society around them. During the Second World War, Sartre served as a meteorologist in the French army, and in the year 1940, he was captured by German forces. His experiences of war and imprisonment shaped his philosophical outlook in profound ways, fueling his deep engagement with questions of freedom, of responsibility, and of the very meaning of life. Yet perhaps the most striking part of his thinking was still to come, waiting patiently to unfold in the years after his release. One of Sartre's most significant contributions to existentialist philosophy is his assertion that existence precedes essence. This idea gently overturns traditional philosophy, which generally holds that things possess a defined essence or nature that determines their purpose. Sartre, in contrast, argues that human beings first exist, first encounter themselves, and only afterward begin to define their essence or their nature. This idea is bound tightly to Sartre's notion of radical freedom. For Sartre, each individual is radically free and wholly responsible for their own actions. Since there is no predetermined human nature and no external source of value handed down from above, every action a person takes helps to define what it means to be human. This freedom is both exhilarating and terrifying at the same time. It opens a limitless space for self-definition, yet it also demands total responsibility for one's life and one's choices. And yet, as Sartre gently observes, human beings often try to escape the anxiety of this freedom by pretending they are not truly free, a behavior he called bad faith. By blaming our circumstances, our genetics, or the expectations of society, we quietly deny our freedom and shirk our responsibility. For Sartre, acknowledging our freedom is the first step toward living an authentic life. Sartre's philosophy also engages deeply with the concept of nothingness. In his seminal work, Being and Nothingness, he grapples with the idea of consciousness as a kind of nothingness, a subtle emptiness that separates us from the world and grants us the freedom to rise above our situation. This perspective frames the human condition as a paradoxical tension between being and nothingness, a quiet struggle that defines our very existence. Furthermore, Sartre reflects on the concept of the look or the gaze of the other. He believed that our awareness of how other people perceive us can lead to a feeling of being turned into an object, an idea captured in his famous phrase, "Hell is other people." For Sartre, this is not a dismissal of all human relationships, but rather a soft commentary on how the awareness of others' perspectives can confine and shape our freedom. Sartre's philosophy is deeply woven together with his commitment to political activism and social justice. He saw philosophy not merely as an academic exercise, but as a living tool for critiquing and transforming society. His existentialism was a philosophy of action, gently urging individuals to recognize their freedom and to use it to challenge injustice and to create a more authentic world. Being and Nothingness, published in the year 1943, is perhaps Sartre's most influential work. It is an intricate and profound exploration of phenomenology and existentialism, offering a detailed analysis of human consciousness, freedom, and the nature of existence itself. In Being and Nothingness, Sartre distinguishes between two kinds of being. The first is the being in itself, akin to the objective existence of inanimate objects, devoid of consciousness. The second is the being for itself, which refers to the subjective existence of conscious beings, our own state of being. It is within the being for itself that Sartre identifies the very essence of human existence, which is freedom. Sartre suggests that we, as human beings, are fundamentally free because we are not fixed beings, but rather becomings. Our consciousness, our inner nothingness, separates us from the world around us, allowing us the capacity to question, to negate, and to imagine realities other than the one we find ourselves in. This freedom to transcend what is, to envision what could be, lies at the very heart of Sartre's existentialism. To illustrate, consider this quote from Being and Nothingness. Man is not the sum of what he has, but the totality of what he does not yet have, of what he could have. This profound statement underscores Sartre's view of man as a perpetually unfinished project, whose existence is defined not by his past or his present state, but by his future possibilities, by his potential to change, to create, and to redefine his very essence. Turning now to Nausea, Sartre's first novel, and another cornerstone of his philosophical thought. Published in the year 1938, Nausea introduces us to Antoine Roquentin, a man gripped by a deep existential crisis, a feeling of nausea as he confronts the absurdity and the apparent meaninglessness of existence. Through Roquentin's existential anguish, Sartre gently explores themes of alienation, of freedom, and of the absence of any objective meaning. Roquentin's realization that the world is indifferent to his existence, that his life carries no inherent purpose, at first leaves him drowning in despair, a feeling Sartre describes as nausea. This word captures the profound discomfort that can arise when one truly recognizes the fundamental absurdity of being alive. Consider this excerpt from Nausea. Every existing thing is born without reason, prolongs itself out of weakness, and dies by chance. This unsettling realization holds within it the anguish of Roquentin, and, by extension, our own existential predicament in a world without intrinsic meaning. How then do we cope? How do we go on living? For Sartre, the answer lies in the very freedom that this absurdity offers us. The absence of inherent meaning does not require despair. Rather, it opens a wide realm of possibilities. It allows us, indeed it gently compels us, to create our own purpose, to shape our essence through our actions. And this theme is echoed in another quiet line from Nausea: I am free. There is no reason left for living. None at all. Every reason I once tried has quietly collapsed, and I cannot picture any new ones. I must build them myself. It is a clear call to action, an acknowledgement of the vast yet liberating responsibility we carry to construct our own meaning in a world that refuses to hand it to us. Sartre's works, such as Being and Nothingness and Nausea, offer a bold and delicately nuanced exploration of human existence. They ask us to face the unsettling reality of our freedom and the absence of any objective meaning, while at the same time empowering us to accept our role as the creators of our own essence. Albert Camus, born in the year 1913 in French Algeria, grew up surrounded by extreme poverty, an experience that would deeply shape his political conscience and his tenderness toward the marginalized. He was a brilliant student, earning a scholarship to the University of Algiers, where he studied philosophy and developed a lifelong passion for theater, journalism, and political engagement. Camus moved to France just before the outbreak of the Second World War and became active in the French resistance, using his position as editor of the underground newspaper Combat to voice his opposition to fascism. It was this blending of philosophy, literature, and political activism that came to define Camus' career and shape his distinctive philosophical outlook. Though Camus is often associated with existentialism, he famously rejected the label, preferring instead to describe his own thought as a philosophy of the absurd. Camus argued that life's inherent absurdity arises from the collision between our human longing for meaning, order, and clarity, and the silent, indifferent universe that offers none. And here, if you let your thoughts drift for a moment, you may sense the strangeness of what comes next, for at the very heart of Camus' philosophy lies his concept of the absurd, which he explores in depth in his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus. Drawing from the ancient Greek myth, Camus likens the human condition to the fate of Sisyphus, doomed to roll a boulder eternally up a hill, only to watch it roll back down again. Like Sisyphus, we must confront the absurdity of our existence, the seemingly futile cycle of life and death within an indifferent universe. And yet Camus does not see this absurdity as a cause for despair. On the contrary, he believed that acknowledging the absurd sets us free to live fully and authentically. In his own words, the struggle itself toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Camus also proposed the idea of revolt as a response to absurdity. By consciously choosing to go on living in spite of life's absurdity, we enact a form of personal revolt, an affirmation of our own existence and dignity. This idea of revolt also runs through his political convictions, where he stood for justice and for rebellion against oppression. Another central aspect of Camus' philosophy is the emphasis on personal meaning and personal morality. Despite the absence of objective meaning or universal moral law, Camus believed that we could, and indeed should, create our own values. For Camus, these values often revolved around simple human joys and sensual experiences: the sun on his face, the beauty of the Mediterranean landscape, the quiet companionship of friends. This emphasis on the sensual and the tangible is captured in his novel The Stranger, whose protagonist, Meursault, lives almost entirely within the physical realm. And yet, even while embracing the physical, Camus never dismissed the importance of moral integrity. In a universe devoid of inherent meaning or moral law, he saw personal responsibility as paramount. This moral responsibility, however, was not founded on any divine decree or on the demands of society, but on a personal commitment to live authentically and to resist injustice. Camus offers a philosophy of the absurd that is at once sobering and empowering. His thought challenges us to confront the absurdity of our existence, while inspiring us to affirm our lives through personal revolt and the shaping of individual meaning. The Stranger, published in the year 1942, is Camus' first novel and arguably his best-known work. Told through the eyes of its protagonist, Meursault, the novel explores the themes of absurdity, indifference, and rebellion, the key pillars of Camus' philosophy. In the novel, Meursault, a French Algerian, leads an emotionally detached life, responding to the world around him with an almost apathetic indifference. When his mother dies, he shows no visible grief, and when he commits an act of senseless violence, he shows no remorse. His emotional disconnection from the world mirrors his indifference to social expectations and norms, embodying Camus' notion of the absurd man. An essential excerpt for understanding Camus' thought can be found in the courtroom scene, where Meursault reflects, "I had lived my life one way, and I could just as well have lived it another. I had done this, and I had not done that. I had not done this thing, but I had done another." And so this quiet statement holds within it the essence of his character and of Camus' philosophy of the absurd. Life, for Meursault, is a series of arbitrary choices devoid of any intrinsic meaning. While such a view might seem nihilistic, for Camus, the recognition of life's absurdity does not lead to despair or paralysis. Rather, it opens up the possibility of a liberated existence, unshackled from the constraints of social norms and expectations. Camus drives this point home when Meursault is condemned to death. At this decisive moment, he undergoes a radical shift in perspective, declaring, "I opened myself to the gentle indifference of the world, finding it so much like myself, so like a brother really. I felt that I had been happy and that I was happy again." In the face of death, he chooses to embrace life's absurdity and experiences a strange kinship with the indifferent universe, echoing Camus' call to revolt against the absurd and to affirm life itself. And yet, as you listen and let this settle, remember that The Stranger is not simply a tale of existential unease and rebellion. It also offers, quietly and with great care, a nuanced exploration of morality. Meursault's actions and the responses they stir within society press us to question the very nature of morality, particularly within a universe that offers no inherent moral code. Can there truly be a sense of right and wrong in an absurd world? And if so, how is it defined? Camus does not hand us easy answers. Instead, he prompts us to wrestle with these questions ourselves, urging us to take responsibility for shaping our own personal moral compass. This theme is echoed in the closing lines of the book, as Meursault muses, "For everything to be consummated, for me to feel less alone, I had only to wish that there be a large crowd of spectators the day of my execution, and that they greet me with cries of hate." The Stranger offers a vivid portrayal of Camus' philosophy of the absurd. Through the eyes of its main character, we come face to face with the indifference of the universe and the arbitrary nature of existence, and yet we are also challenged to affirm our lives, to establish our own morality, and to embrace the freedom that the absurd extends to us. In the myth of Sisyphus, Camus draws out his philosophy of the absurd with even greater depth and precision. He opens the essay with a provocative claim. There is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. From this bold beginning, he moves into an exploration of life's inherent absurdity and how we might learn to navigate a world that appears meaningless. The title itself points to a figure from Greek mythology. Sisyphus, punished by the gods, was condemned endlessly to roll a boulder up a hill, only to watch it tumble back down, repeating this task for all eternity. For Camus, Sisyphus embodies the human condition. We strive and labor throughout life, yet in the end, we face death and the potential meaninglessness of all we have done. And yet, he argues, acknowledging the absurdity of life does not lead us into despair. Rather, it leads to a sense of freedom and even to happiness. He encourages us to live without hope for a future life or any form of ultimate salvation, writing, "The struggle itself towards the heights is enough to fill a man's heart." One must imagine Sisyphus happy. This passage lies at the heart of understanding Camus' perspective. Despite life's inherent absurdity, despite the ceaseless labor and the inevitability of death, Sisyphus can still find happiness. But how? By embracing the struggle itself, by acknowledging the absurdity of his task and yet choosing to continue, by living fully in the present, and by drawing satisfaction from the work itself rather than from some distant promised reward. And just like Sisyphus, we too are tasked with pushing our own boulders. Whether it is our work, our relationships, our dreams, or our goals, we too face the uncertainty of whether our efforts will hold any ultimate significance. We too face the reality of death and the indifference of the universe. And yet, we too possess the ability to affirm life, to find joy in the struggle, and to carve out our own personal meaning in the face of the absurd. In the end, the myth of Sisyphus is more than a philosophical essay. It is a call to arms. It urges us to revolt against the absurdity of life by affirming our existence, by choosing to continue in spite of the lack of inherent meaning, and by finding joy in the struggle itself. This theme of revolt is echoed in another key passage, where Camus writes, "I draw from the absurd 3 consequences: my revolt, my freedom, and my passion." By accepting and confronting the absurd, we free ourselves from the illusions of objective meaning and the pressures of societal expectation. This opens the way to authentic living, in which we freely define our values and pursue our passions. The myth of Sisyphus captures the philosophy of the absurd in its essence, asserting that life's meaning is not given, but made. It falls to us to grapple with the absurd, to embrace the struggle of existence, and to craft our own unique path, much like Sisyphus, with his ceaseless and solitary labor. Camus offers us a philosophy of the absurd, and in our next segment, we will explore how these existential philosophies of Sartre and Camus can be woven into our daily lives, guiding us in our quest for authenticity, freedom, and personal meaning. Having journeyed through the minds of Sartre and Camus, we now turn to a fundamental question. How does existential philosophy relate to our modern life? How can these insights from the middle of the 20th century help us navigate our lives in the 21st century? To begin with, both philosophers offer a shift in the way we approach living. From Sartre, we are urged to embrace our radical freedom and the responsibility that comes with it. In a world so often driven by outside influences, by societal norms, by family expectations, by cultural trends, we are gently reminded that we possess the freedom to define ourselves, to choose who we are, and to choose what we value. This shows itself in the choices we make each day. Whether it is our career path, our relationships, our hobbies, or the way we respond to the challenges life places before us, we are not bound by our circumstances, by our past, or by the expectations of others. We are free to shape our own existence and to bear the responsibility for our actions. This perspective can awaken within us an empowering sense of agency and authenticity. Consider a practical example. You may find yourself working a job that does not fulfill you, one perhaps chosen out of societal pressure or family expectation. Sartre's philosophy would encourage you to embrace your freedom, to weigh your options honestly, and to make a conscious choice about your path based on your authentic desires and values, rather than on external pressures. From Camus, we learn to acknowledge and to confront the absurdity of life. Rather than seeking solace in illusions of objective meaning or ultimate salvation, we are encouraged to create our own personal meaning and to shape our own values. This can free us from the endless societal rat race and from the ceaseless pursuit of externally defined success. And more than that, Camus' notion of revolt can inspire us to affirm our lives, even in the midst of adversity and suffering. Consider for a moment a situation in which you are confronted with a personal setback, perhaps a failure or a loss. And yet, as you rest here in the quiet, notice how even in such moments, something deeper begins to stir, a quiet strength waiting to be uncovered in the pages still to come. Camus' philosophy would gently urge you to face this adversity directly, to recognize its absurdity, and to keep striving all the same, thus quietly revolting against the meaningless itself. Consider, as you settle deeper into stillness, how this idea might touch your own life. Suppose you meet with a failure, in your personal world or in your work. Rather than surrendering to despair or reading that setback as some final verdict on your worth, you could come to see it as woven into the very fabric of life's absurdity and use the experience to grow and to reaffirm your quiet commitment to the path you have chosen. Notice, too, how existentialism draws its attention toward authenticity. It invites us to engage more deeply with our passions, with the things that truly move us, so that our sense of purpose and fulfillment may grow richer over time. In a world so often preoccupied with surface pleasures and endless distractions, existentialism calls us softly back to a more genuine engagement with life itself. It also asks something of us. It challenges us to accept moral responsibility for our own actions. In a world where no absolute moral laws are simply handed down, we are each invited to shape our own inner compass. This asks for quiet introspection, for honest conversation, and for conscious decision-making, all of which lead us toward a more mindful and engaged approach to how we live. Existentialism, then, gently invites us to reconsider how we perceive our lives and how we search for meaning, by pointing to the absence of inherent purpose and to the responsibility each of us carries to shape our own path. And yet, within this apparent emptiness lies something remarkable, a kind of hidden gift, one that becomes clearer the longer we sit with it. Existentialism offers something like a quiet map for those seeking purpose and fulfillment in today's fast-moving, complex world. Let us consider purpose first. In a life where countless options can lead so easily to a kind of paralysis by analysis, existentialism gently urges us to lean into that uncertainty, into that freedom, and into the responsibility of making choices. Sartre's well-known phrase, "We are our choices," sits at the heart of this existential approach to purpose. Rather than searching for a purpose defined for us from outside, existentialism encourages us to forge our own, through our actions, through the choices we make, and through the responsibilities we willingly take up. Imagine, for a quiet moment, that you stand at a crossroads in your career. Several paths open before you, each with its own promise, its own difficulty. Rather than looking outward for the answer, existentialism would invite you to turn inward, to understand your true desires and values, and then to choose a path that reflects them. Your purpose, in this way, is not something you find. It is something you gently bring into being through your decisions and your acts. When it comes to fulfillment, existentialism offers a similarly quiet, empowering perspective. The emphasis on authenticity, on truly engaging with life, can lead to a deeper and steadier sense of fulfillment. Fulfillment, in this light, does not come from meeting the expectations placed upon us by society, nor from achieving conventional marks of success. It arises instead from living authentically, from choosing your own path, from engaging deeply with the things you love, and from creating a meaning that is yours alone. You might, for instance, find fulfillment in pursuing a hobby that brings you quiet joy, even if it never aligns with traditional notions of success. Or you may find it in contributing to a cause you deeply care about, in building meaningful relationships, or in the slow and steady work of continuous learning and personal growth. Both Sartre and Camus insist that we create the meaning of our lives through our actions and our attitudes. This perspective softly shifts the focus away from external validation and toward internal authenticity. It reminds us that we are not passive onlookers, but active participants in our own lives. Such a shift can lead to profound personal growth and to a deeper sense of fulfillment as we cease to be defined by circumstance and begin instead to shape our existence from our truest selves. To bring this closer to home, imagine if you measured success not by how much money you earn or by how many followers you gather on social media, but by how authentically you live, how passionate you are about your work, how deeply you engage with your interests, and how much you quietly grow as a person. That kind of measure would lead to a far deeper sense of fulfillment, grounded in authenticity rather than in outside approval. And there is still something more, waiting quietly in these ideas, a further turn worth listening for. By facing and embracing life's inherent absurdity, as Camus proposed, we can find another kind of fulfillment. We stop seeing life's challenges, its setbacks, its sufferings, as interruptions to some otherwise smooth journey. Instead, we come to see them as integral parts of our existence, as opportunities for growth and for the reaffirmation of the path we have chosen. In this light, a setback or failure is no longer a wall standing between us and fulfillment. It becomes a part of the journey itself. It is a chance to reflect again, to learn, to grow, and to walk on with renewed understanding and quiet resolve. Existentialism offers us a powerful lens through which to view our search for purpose and fulfillment. It does not hand us easy answers or already drawn maps. Instead, it gives us the tools and perspectives we need to move through the complexity of life, to make conscious choices, and to create our own purpose and our own fulfillment. The relevance and impact of existentialism remain as profound today as they were in the middle of the 20th century. The existential lens can offer clarity and direction in a world that grows ever more complex, ever more ambiguous. The philosophies of Sartre and Camus invite us to reflect deeply on our lives, to question our assumptions, and to take active steps in shaping our purpose and our fulfillment. As we come now to the close of this chapter, I gently encourage you, the listener, to carry these insights with you into the quiet that follows. Reflect on them, question them, turn them over softly in your mind. Look at your own life through the existential lens. Remember, your existence is not defined by outer circumstances, nor by any pre-existing essence. You have the freedom to shape your existence, to create your meaning, to define your purpose, and to seek your fulfillment. In a world so often filled with uncertainty and chaos, the existential perspective serves as a quiet reminder that we hold the pen that writes our life story. So as you step gently out of the world of the sage and the seeker and drift back into the rhythm of your own life, let it be with a renewed sense of agency, of authenticity, and a quiet resolve to live deeply, meaningfully, and truthfully. Love, as one thinker so gracefully suggested, is the only sane and satisfying answer to the enduring problem of human existence. And tonight, as your breath slows and the shadows soften around you, we turn our gaze toward the mind of Erich Fromm. In a world brimming with fleeting connections and digital encounters, where swipes to the left and to the right seem to dictate our romantic fate, the quest for genuine love can feel like wandering through a labyrinth with no visible exit. This journey, though deeply personal to each of us, is a universal human experience, woven through with hopes, hesitations, and above all, a restless search for a bond that reaches beyond the ordinary. Tonight, allow yourself to drift into an exploration of the thoughts of Erich Fromm, a celebrated psychoanalyst and philosopher whose seminal work, The Art of Loving, offers profound insight into the nature of love itself. Published in the year 1956, this quiet masterpiece continues to shine as a beacon of wisdom in our often turbulent longing for heartfelt connection. Yet you may wonder, why turn to a book more than half a century old for guidance on such a modern question? The answer lies in the timeless quality of Fromm's observations, in the universal truths about human nature and relationship that he unveils with such gentle eloquence. Born at the dawn of the 20th century, Fromm witnessed a world in upheaval, a society wrestling with the aftermath of wars, the rise of industrialization, and the birth of modern psychology. Within that shifting landscape, he carved out a philosophical stance uniquely his own, deeply influenced by Freudian psychoanalysis, yet reaching far beyond it. His perspectives were not merely the reflections of a clinical mind, they were the reflections of a heart profoundly attuned to the human condition. The Art of Loving is not simply a book, it is a mirror, quietly reflecting our deepest longings and our hidden fears about love. Fromm challenges the familiar notion of love as mere sentiment, an effortless feeling that happens to strike the heart by chance. Instead, he offers love as an art, akin to painting or music, requiring knowledge, effort, and steady practice. This gentle yet revolutionary idea shifts the whole paradigm, moving us from the passive state of falling in love to the active experience of standing in love, where love is not only felt, but lived, tended, and nurtured. And why does this perspective matter so tenderly today? In our contemporary world, where relationships often bend beneath the weight of unrealistic expectations and the endless pursuit of perfection, this wisdom becomes a much-needed balm. His views invite us to look inward, to question our own understanding of love, and to embark on the quiet journey of cultivating it as a skill, a discipline that enriches not only our bonds with others, but our entire being. The purpose of these reflections, then, is to sink slowly into the depths of his teachings and to draw up pearls of wisdom that can guide us in our pursuit of a truer love. We will explore his understanding of love not merely as a romantic pursuit, but as a holistic way of being, one that embraces self-love, brotherly love, erotic love, motherly love, and the love of the divine. Each of these forms is woven through the fabric of our lives, quietly shaping how we connect with others and with ourselves. And in an age when technology so often sets the tempo of our relationships, understanding and applying his principles can feel almost transformative. His insight into the active elements of love, care, responsibility, respect, and knowledge serves as a gentle compass through the intricate dynamics of modern connection. These are not abstract concepts drifting far above us. They are tangible practices, small, daily gestures that can be woven into ordinary life, quietly redefining how we approach love and one another. As we unfold the layers of this profound philosophy, we will also gently examine its relevance and application in the world we inhabit now. Do his ideas still hold their weight through the passage of time? How do they resonate with the way we speak of love and relationship today? Are there parts of his theory that feel contested or dated in the light of modern psychological understanding? These are the questions we will hold softly, without haste, allowing them to breathe. For in essence, this quiet journey is not only about understanding Fromm's perspective on love, it is an invitation to introspect, to question our inherited assumptions, and to walk toward a more conscious and fulfilling relationship with love itself. A journey that is as much about finding someone to love as it is about becoming someone truly capable of deep and meaningful loving. And here, perhaps, is where the most curious turn begins to reveal itself. For Fromm reshaped the way we think about love by proposing something quietly radical, that love is not merely an emotion, but an art that can be studied, practiced, and mastered. He argued that love, like any true art, demands knowledge, demands effort, demands patient practice. This idea gently unsettles the popular belief that love is something that simply happens to us, suggesting instead that it is something we actively cultivate, something we shape with our own hands. In this way, his philosophy moves love out of the realm of the mystical and the unattainable, and places it into something concrete, something reachable, something within our own becoming. At the heart of Fromm's understanding of love as an art lies the idea that it involves a deep understanding of and a genuine connection with another person. Such understanding reaches beyond the surface of everyday exchanges and touches the very essence of another human being. He believed that such a bond could only be nurtured through devoted effort and steady practice, in the same way one would faithfully practice a musical instrument or a delicate craft. He gently categorized love into several forms, each carrying its own quiet character and its own significance. Brotherly love, for instance, is the love we hold toward humanity as a whole. It is an altruistic love, free of the wish for reward or return. This form of love is the foundation of a healthy society, for it nurtures empathy and understanding among those who share this fragile world. Romantic love, another of the forms he named, is perhaps the most familiar to us. It is the intense and passionate connection so often portrayed in stories, poems, and films. Yet Fromm gently cautioned against seeing romantic love as merely a fleeting emotion arriving by chance. Instead, he understood it as a profound bond between two beings, one that can be sustained across time through care, attention, and continued devotion. And self-love, according to him, must never be confused with narcissism or with selfishness. But that quiet distinction, and all that it reveals, is where our slow reflection will drift next. Rather, it is about respecting and understanding oneself, quietly acknowledging one's own worth and one's own capabilities. He argued that self-love is a prerequisite for the loving of others. Without a healthy sense of self-love, an individual cannot truly connect with another person, cannot truly love them. And the love of God, for him, is a transcendental experience. It is a deep and profound love that binds an individual to a higher spiritual reality. This form of love, in his view, can bring a sense of peace and understanding that surpasses ordinary experience. He emphasizes that love is composed of 4 key elements: care, responsibility, respect, and knowledge. Care is the active concern for the life and the growth of what we love. It is shown through our actions and our attitudes toward the beloved, revealing that we truly value their well-being and their happiness. Responsibility, as he defines it, is not a matter of obligation, but a voluntary act of responding to the needs of another. Within the context of love, this means being attentive and responsive to the emotional and physical well-being of the one we love. Respect, in his understanding, is the recognition of the other as an individual, separate and different from ourselves. It means seeing them as they truly are, without trying to reshape them to fit our own desires or our own needs. This element of love is essential for preserving the individuality and the autonomy of both people within a loving bond. Knowledge, as a component of love, refers to a deep understanding of the other person. This understanding reaches beyond the surface and descends into the very core of who they are. It is about grasping their thoughts, their feelings, their motivations, and their lived experience. He also speaks of the art of loving as a process of growth and unfolding. He emphasizes that love is not a static condition, but a continuing journey. This journey involves ongoing learning, adapting, and evolving, both as individuals and within our relationships with others. And the notion of love as a continuous process ties back to his conviction that love is a skill. Like any skill, it demands practice and dedication. It is not about arriving at some perfect state of love, but about continually striving to deepen and enrich our understanding and our connection with others. His exploration of love reaches even to the level of society itself. He suggests that the principles of love, when practiced collectively, can lead to a more empathetic and more connected community. This idea feels especially relevant in our modern world, where social bonds are so often fleeting and superficial. But here, quietly, another layer begins to unfold. For the practice of love also involves the overcoming of many obstacles. These include societal norms, personal fears, and inner insecurities that can hinder our capacity to love fully and genuinely. He urges us to face these barriers and to move through them in order to nurture deeper and more meaningful relationships. His emphasis on the active nature of love is, in truth, a call to action. It encourages us to engage in self-reflection and to work, actively and patiently, on developing the skills that love requires. This involves not only understanding and practicing care, responsibility, respect, and knowledge, but also the cultivation of empathy. His art of loving offers a comprehensive and profound exploration of love itself. His ideas invite us to rethink our perceptions and to approach love not merely as a feeling, but as a skill that can be developed and nurtured. By understanding and applying his principles, we can begin a fulfilling journey toward deeper, more meaningful connections, both with ourselves and with others. In today's digital era, the way we approach love has been significantly altered. The ever-present nature of social media and of online dating platforms has transformed the traditional pathways by which we find and nurture relationships. And while these tools have made connecting with others more accessible, they also carry their own quiet difficulties. The paradox of choice, where an abundance of options leads to indecision and to a constant searching, often prevents the unfolding of deep and meaningful bonds. His emphasis on love as an art form calls for a counterbalance to the shallow connections encouraged by these digital spaces. Another challenge within our fast-paced society is the commodification of love. In a culture that so often prizes efficiency and convenience, relationships can sometimes be treated as transactions, evaluated according to what each party brings to the table. This mindset stands in quiet opposition to his view of love as something selfless and nurturing. It calls for a shift, away from seeing relationships as transactions and toward embracing them as opportunities for growth and connection. His principles offer valuable guidance for navigating these challenges. A key aspect of practicing the art of love in the world we now inhabit is mindfulness. Being present in our interactions, whether online or in person, allows us to connect more deeply with another. This means truly listening, showing empathy, and entering into meaningful conversation that reaches beyond mere surface exchange. Active effort is another vital aspect in the context of modern relationships. It means taking the time to really come to know someone, to understand their needs, their desires, and their fears. It is about moving beyond the online profile, beyond the persona presented in social settings, to meet the authentic person beneath. Respect for individuality is essential in the diverse society of today. His notion of respect involves appreciating and celebrating differences, rather than expecting others to conform to our own ideals or our own standards. Practicing self-love is also vital. In an age of social media, where comparison feels almost inevitable, maintaining a healthy sense of self-worth can be a quiet struggle. Cultivating self-love, according to these principles, involves gentle self-care, the setting of boundaries, and valuing oneself independently of outside approval. Responsibility within relationships, as he outlines it, extends also into digital interactions. It means being accountable for our words and our actions online, just as we would be in person. In a world where digital communication can so often feel impersonal and detached, taking responsibility for the way we speak and connect can gently foster more authentic and caring interactions. Applying Fromm's component of knowledge to modern relationships invites us to seek an understanding of the complexities of today's society and of the ways in which those complexities quietly shape our inner lives. It means being aware of the pressures and challenges that are unique to our time, and being empathetic toward the way these forces influence the behavior of individuals and their attitudes toward love itself. In friendships, the digital era often nudges us toward superficial connections, brief exchanges that pass by like leaves on a stream. By applying his principles, friends can strengthen their bonds through deep and meaningful conversations, by showing a genuine interest in each other's lives, and by offering support during the more difficult passages of the journey. Within the wider context of community involvement, his notion of brotherly love can inspire small, steady acts of kindness and empathy. Volunteering, taking part in community gatherings, or simply offering a hand to a neighbor all become ways of practicing this form of love and of contributing to a more caring and connected world around us. In romantic relationships, the practice of love as an art unfolds through regular communication, understanding, and compromise. Couples can apply Fromm's principles by devoting time to nurture their relationship, by meeting conflict with empathy and respect, and by supporting each other's quiet, personal growth. And yet, what happens for those who are still searching, still hoping? For individuals seeking love, his approach suggests turning first toward self-development, toward a gentle understanding of one's own needs and desires. This self-awareness can lead in time to healthier and more fulfilling relationships, since those who know themselves are better prepared to enter into partnerships that truly nourish both people. Fromm's principles of love offer a timeless wisdom that can be applied in many corners of modern life. By embracing these ideas, we can move through the challenges of today's digital, fast-paced society with a little more grace, cultivating deeper and more meaningful connections in our personal lives, in our work, and in our communities. And now, softly, we turn to Plato's conception of love. Plato, a foundational figure in Western philosophy, offers a rich perspective on love, particularly within his dialogue known as the Symposium. His concept of love, or eros, is initially portrayed as a desire for physical beauty. Yet Plato slowly evolves this idea into a love that transcends physical attraction, advocating instead for a love that aspires toward the intellectual and the eternal, toward the realm of the forms, the pure ideas. In the Symposium, through the character of Socrates, Plato describes the journey of love as one that begins with the love of a single, beautiful body, moves on to the love of all beautiful bodies, then rises to the love of beautiful souls, and finally arrives at the love of beauty itself. This philosophical journey traces a quiet ascent from the physical toward the metaphysical, suggesting a love that seeks wisdom and truth as its ultimate home. When we compare this vision with Fromm's, we see that both philosophers regard love as something more than a mere emotional or physical response. Both emphasize a deeper, more meaningful connection with the world and with the world of ideas. And yet, while Fromm focuses on love as an active skill and a social art, Plato elevates love into a metaphysical quest for truth and beauty, a longing that reaches beyond the visible. Now we turn to Aristotle's views on love. Another towering figure of ancient Greek philosophy, Aristotle diverges from Plato in his understanding of love. In his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle speaks of philia, often translated as friendship or affection, which he considers to be as essential to human life as eros. Philia is founded upon mutual goodwill, upon equality, and upon the sharing of common interests or virtues. For Aristotle, the highest form of philia is the friendship of virtue. This form of love is not built upon utility or pleasure, but upon a mutual appreciation of the virtues that the other person holds within them. It is a stable form of love, one that truly sees and values the other for who they are, and not merely for what they can provide. When we compare Aristotle's Philia with Fromm's understanding of love, we find a common thread woven through both, an emphasis on active participation and on a deeper knowing of the other. Both perspectives quietly reject superficial connections, and both underscore the importance of a more profound love, one rooted in character. And still the exploration deepens, for now we move to the modern psychological perspective offered by John Bowlby and his attachment theory. Bowlby's work provides significant insight into how our earliest relationships with caregivers shape the way we approach love and connection in adulthood. According to Bowlby, the quality of attachment in early life influences one's attachment style, whether secure, anxious, or avoidant, and this style then quietly guides the way individuals move through love and intimacy in their adult years. Bowlby's theory suggests that those with a secure attachment style are more likely to enjoy healthy, satisfying, and stable relationships. They are at ease with both intimacy and independence, holding the two in a gentle balance. By contrast, those shaped by anxious or avoidant attachment styles may find themselves facing greater difficulty in forming and sustaining lasting bonds. When we place this beside Fromm's perspective, both thinkers highlight the importance of early experience in shaping our approach to love. However, Fromm places his emphasis on the conscious cultivation of the capacity to love as an art, while Bowlby directs our attention to the more subconscious impact of those early attachments that we did not choose. And there is still more to consider. For Carl Rogers, a prominent figure in humanistic psychology, offers a view of love centered upon the ideas of empathy, unconditional positive regard, and congruence. Rogers believed that love, in its truest form, involves accepting the other person exactly as they are, without conditions and without judgment. Rogers' notion of unconditional positive regard, in which one accepts and loves the other regardless of their flaws, aligns very closely with Fromm's ideas of respect and care within a loving relationship. It is about appreciating the other person in their wholeness, not merely for certain aspects of who they are or under certain conditions. When we compare Rogers and Fromm, we find a shared belief in the importance of genuine acceptance and understanding within love. Both quietly emphasize the need for an empathetic, nurturing approach to the relationships that shape our lives. Friedrich Nietzsche's perspective on love, shaped by his critical and often controversial thinking, was a complex one. He saw love as a will to power, an expression of one's very life force. In his view, love should elevate one's life and spirit, rather than becoming an act of self-sacrifice or a surrender of strength. This idea of love as a will to power can be understood as a form of self-love that encourages personal growth and self-actualization. It stands in contrast to Fromm's view, which frames love as an art woven from care, responsibility, respect, and knowledge, directed both toward others and toward oneself. Exploring these varied philosophical and psychological perspectives on love enriches our understanding of the concept in remarkable ways. Each viewpoint stands on its own, and yet together, they contribute to a more nuanced appreciation of what it truly means to love. From Plato's quest for truth and beauty, to Aristotle's emphasis on virtue and character, to Bowlby's exploration of attachment, to Rogers' focus on empathy and acceptance, and finally to Nietzsche's will to power, each perspective offers valuable insights that complement and contrast with Fromm's vision of the art of loving. As we draw this exploration slowly to a close, it feels only fitting to pause and reflect on the rich tapestry of ideas and philosophies we have wandered through regarding the concept of love. We began with Erich Fromm and his revolutionary view expressed in The Art of Loving, where love is not merely an emotion, but an art to be cultivated with knowledge, effort, and steady practice. His vision of love embraces many forms: brotherly love, romantic love, self-love, and the love of God, each one integral to our understanding and lived experience of love. The components he names, care, responsibility, respect, and knowledge, are not simply abstract ideals. They are actionable qualities that can profoundly enrich the way we approach love in our daily lives. Turning then toward the modern context, we sat with the challenges posed by our digital, fast-paced world and considered how it reshapes our understanding and pursuit of love. We reflected on practical guidance drawn from Fromm's principles to help us navigate these currents. Real-life examples and gentle hypothetical scenarios brought these ideas closer to our everyday lives, showing how his concepts might be applied to deepen and enrich our relationships in the contemporary world. From there, we widened our horizon to include the perspectives of other philosophers and modern psychological theories. Plato's elevation of love from the physical to the metaphysical realm, Aristotle's emphasis on philia, Bowlby's attachment theory, Roger's advocacy for empathy and unconditional acceptance, and Nietzsche's interpretation of love as a will to power all offered distinct lenses through which we may view this most human of experiences. Each perspective, with its own subtle nuances, added to a broader, more enriched understanding of love, its dynamics, and its quiet impact upon our lives. As we bring this reflection to its close, it is essential to recognize that the exploration of love is as vast and as deep as the feeling itself. Each philosopher, including Fromm, offers a single piece of the puzzle, presenting insights that resonate differently within each individual heart. Love, in all its forms, is a complex and many-sided experience, deeply personal and yet universally understood. It is a journey that encompasses self-discovery, connection with others, and ultimately, a deeper understanding of what it means to be human. Love, in its essence, is not simply about feelings, but about actions. It is about making an effort, understanding, respecting, and nurturing. It is about transcending our individual selves to connect with something greater, be it another person, the community around us, or the higher ideals of beauty and truth. Love, in all its complexity and its simplicity, is the art of life itself. It is the continual practice of growing, giving, and connecting that enriches our very existence. In the words of Fromm, love is the only sane and satisfactory answer to the problem of human existence. May this exploration of love inspire you to engage more deeply, to love more freely, and to live more fully. And now, imagine this. Imagine you had the chance to sit down, quietly, with someone who lived thousands of years ago, a philosopher, a statesman, and a playwright, someone who walked the halls of power, yet also tasted the bitterness of exile. Imagine that this person could offer you insights so timeless that they could gently change the way you see the world today, shaping how you think, how you feel, and how you act. What would you give for just 1 hour of wisdom from such a person? The quiet, wonderful truth is that you do not have to imagine it, for that is precisely what we are doing now, as we drift deep into the letters of Seneca, one of the most insightful Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome. The man behind these life-altering letters, Seneca, was not simply a philosopher in an ivory tower. He was someone deeply engaged in the society and politics of his own time. From advising emperors to experiencing the rises and falls of political life, his observations about the human condition were not merely academic exercises. They were drawn from the crucible of lived experience, and this is what makes them as relevant today as they were nearly 2,000 years ago. The Letters from a Stoic, a series of moral epistles addressed to his friend Lucilius, remain among the most poignant philosophical texts ever put to paper. Within them, Seneca offers practical guidance on everything from how to move through grief and adversity to reflections on personal growth and ethical living. And so, we are about to begin a slow, transformative journey through 7 of Seneca's most impactful letters. Each of these letters carries timeless counsel, gentle, actionable wisdom, and a profound understanding of human nature that can enrich our lives in ways we may not yet even imagine. Stay with me, softly, as we unlock the secrets to a fulfilling life, one ancient letter at a time. And listen closely, for the very first of Seneca's words already reaches out across the centuries to touch you where you rest. Continue to act thus, my dear Lucilius. Set yourself free for your own sake. Gather and save your time, which, until lately, has been forced from you, or filched away, or has merely slipped from your hands. Persuade yourself of the truth of these words, that certain moments are torn away from us, that some are quietly lifted from our hands, and that others simply drift beyond our reach. The most shameful loss of all, however, is the one that comes through sheer carelessness. And if you look closely at the matter, you will discover that the largest portion of our life slips by while we are doing wrong. A great share, nothing, and the whole of it while we are busy with what serves no purpose at all. What man can you show me who places any real value upon his time? Who weighs the worth of each single day? Who understands that he is dying with every hour that passes? For we are mistaken when we look forward to death as though it lay ahead. The greater part of death has already gone by. Whatever years lie behind us are already in the hands of death. And so, dear Lucilius, do exactly as you write me that you are doing. Hold every hour firmly within your grasp. Take hold of today's task, and you will not need to lean so heavily upon tomorrow. While we are postponing, life is racing past. Nothing, Lucilius, is truly ours except time. Nature entrusted us with the ownership of this single thing, so fleeting, so slippery, that anyone who chooses can drive us from its possession. What fools we mortals are! We allow the cheapest and most useless things that can easily be replaced to be entered into our reckoning once we have acquired them. Yet we never regard ourselves as being in debt when we have received some of that precious commodity, time. And time is the one loan which even the most grateful recipient can never repay. You may wish to know how I, who preach to you so freely, am practicing these teachings myself. I confess it plainly. My expense account balances just as you would expect from one who is generous, yet careful. I cannot boast that I waste nothing, but I can at least tell you what I am wasting, and the cause and manner of the loss. I can give you the reasons why I remain a poor man. My situation, however, is much the same as that of many who have been reduced to slender means through no fault of their own. Everyone forgives them, yet no one comes to their aid. What, then, is the true state of things? It is this: I do not regard a man as poor if the little that remains to him is enough for his needs. I urge you, however, to keep what is truly your own, and you cannot begin too soon. For, as our ancestors used to say, it is too late to start saving when you have reached the dregs of the cask. Of what remains at the bottom, the amount is small and the quality is foul. Continue as you have begun, and press forward with all possible haste, so that you may have longer enjoyment of a mind that has been improved, a mind that is at peace with itself. Doubtless you will find enjoyment even during the time when you are still improving your mind and setting it in order. But how very different is the pleasure that comes from contemplation, when the mind has been so thoroughly cleansed of every stain that it shines with its own light. You surely remember what joy you felt when you laid aside the garments of boyhood, put on the toga of a man, and were escorted to the forum. Yet you may look forward to a still greater joy when you have laid aside the mind of boyhood, and when wisdom has enrolled you among true men. For it is not boyhood itself that lingers with us, but something far worse, boyishness. And this condition is all the more serious because we possess the authority of old age, together with the follies of boyhood. Indeed, even the follies of infancy. Boys fear trifles, little children fear shadows, and we fear both. All you need do is to advance. You will then come to understand that some things are less to be dreaded precisely because they inspire in us such great fear. No evil is truly great, which is the last evil of all. Death arrives. It would be something to dread if it could remain with you, but death must either not come at all, or else it must come and pass away. It is difficult, you may say, to bring the mind to a point where it can look upon life with scorn. But do you not see how trifling the reasons are that drive men to despise their own lives? One man hangs himself before the door of his mistress. Another hurls himself from the rooftop rather than endure any longer the taunts of an ill-tempered master. A third, to escape arrest after his flight, drives a sword into his own vitals. Do you not suppose, then, that virtue will prove just as effective as excessive fear? No man can lead a peaceful life who thinks too much about prolonging it, or who believes that living through many consulships is a great blessing. Rehearse this thought every single day, so that you may be able to depart from life with a quiet heart. For many men clutch and cling to life, just as those who are swept down a rushing stream, briars, and sharp rocks. Most men drift back and forth in wretchedness between the fear of death and the hardships of living. They are unwilling to live, and yet they do not know how to die. For this reason, make your life, taken as a whole, agreeable to yourself by banishing every worry about it. No good thing renders its possessor truly happy unless his mind is reconciled to the possibility of losing it. And nothing, in truth, is lost with less discomfort than that which, once gone, cannot be missed. Therefore, strengthen and harden your spirit against the misfortunes that afflict even the most powerful of men. Consider this: the fate of Pompey was settled by a mere boy and a eunuch. The fate of Crassus was decided by a cruel and insolent Parthian. Gaius Caesar ordered Lepidus to bare his neck to the sword of the tribune Dexter, and he himself, in turn, offered his own throat to Chaerea. No man has ever been carried so far by fortune that she did not threaten him just as greatly as she had once favored him. Do not trust her seeming calm. In a single moment, the sea is stirred to its very depths. On the very same day, the ships have made a proud show upon the waters. They are swallowed by the waves. Reflect that a highwayman or an enemy may one day cut your throat, and though he may not be your master, every slave in the world wields the power of life and death over you. Therefore, I declare it plainly, whoever holds his own life in scorn has become the lord of yours. And now, as you let these words settle within you, perhaps you sense that the deeper turn of the path is still ahead, where these ancient counsels open into something quieter yet, something we have been circling towards from the very first breath of this night. Consider all those who have perished through plots hatched within their own homes, slain either openly or by cunning, and you will find that just as many have been killed by angry slaves as by angry kings. What then does it matter how mighty he may be whom you fear, when every single soul possesses the very power that inspires that fear in you? But you might answer, if you should chance to fall into the hands of the enemy, the conqueror will command that you be led away. Yes, but you are already being led. Why do you willingly deceive yourself and demand to be told now, as though for the first time, what fate you have long been laboring under? Take my word for it. From the very day you were born, you have been led toward that end. We must ponder this thought, and thoughts of a like nature, if we wish to remain calm as we await that final hour, whose fear makes every hour before it uneasy. But I must draw my letter to a close. Let me share with you the saying that pleased me today. It, too, is culled from another man's garden. Poverty brought into conformity with the law of nature is great wealth. Do you know the limits that this law of nature ordains for us? Merely to turn aside hunger, thirst, and cold. In order to banish hunger and thirst, you need not pay court at the doors of the proud, nor submit to the stern frown, nor endure the kindness that humiliates. You need not scour the seas, nor go off on campaigns. What nature requires is easily provided and lies close at hand. It is for superfluous things that men sweat. The superfluous things wear our togas threadbare, force us to grow old in camp, and cast us upon foreign shores. That which is enough is ready to our hands. He who has made a fair compact with poverty is rich. I feel, my dear Lucilius, that I am being not only reformed, but transformed. I do not yet, however, assure myself, nor do I indulge the hope, that there are no elements left within me that still need to be changed. Of course, there are many that ought to be made more compact, or drawn thinner, or brought into greater prominence. And indeed, this very thing is proof that my spirit has been altered into something better, that it can see its own faults, of which it was previously unaware. In certain cases, sick men are congratulated because they themselves have perceived that they are sick. I therefore wish to share with you this sudden change within me. I should then begin to place a surer trust in our friendship, that true friendship which neither hope, nor fear, nor self-interest can sever, the friendship in which, and for the sake of which, men meet death. I can show you many who have lacked, not a friend, but a friendship. This, however, cannot possibly happen when souls are drawn together by identical inclinations into an alliance of honorable desires. And why can it not happen? Because in such cases men know that they hold all things in common, and above all, their troubles. You cannot conceive what distinct progress I notice that each day brings to me, and when you say, "Give me also a share in these gifts which you have found so helpful," I answer that I am eager to heap all these privileges upon you, and that I am glad to learn in order that I may teach. Nothing will ever please me, no matter how excellent or beneficial, if I must keep the knowledge of it to myself. And if wisdom were given me on the express condition that it must be kept hidden and never spoken aloud, I should refuse it. No good thing is pleasant to possess without friends to share it. I shall therefore send you the actual books. And so that you may not waste time searching here and there for profitable passages, I shall mark certain lines, turn at once to those I approve and admire. Of course, however, the living voice and the intimacy of a shared life will help you more than the written word. You must go to the scene of action itself. First, because men put more faith in their eyes than in their ears. And second, because the way is long if one follows precepts, but short and helpful if one follows patterns. Cleanthes could not have been the very image of Zeno had he merely listened to his lectures. He shared in his life, looked into his hidden purposes, and watched him to see whether he lived according to his own rules. Plato, Aristotle, and the whole throng of sages who were destined to go each his separate way derived more benefit from the character of Socrates than from his words. It was not the classroom of Epicurus, but living together beneath the same roof that shaped Metrodorus, Hermarchus, and Polyaenus into great men. Therefore I summon you, not merely that you may draw benefit, but that you may confer benefit, for we can assist each other greatly. Meanwhile, I owe you my little daily contribution. You shall hear what pleased me today in the writings of Hecato. It is these words. What progress, you ask, have I made? I have begun to be a friend to myself. That was indeed a great benefit. Such a person can never be alone. You may be sure that such a man is a friend to all mankind. It is the month of December, and yet the city at this very moment is in a sweat. License is granted to the general merrymaking. Everything resounds with mighty preparations, as though the Saturnalia differed at all from the ordinary business day. So true it is that the difference is none at all, that I hold as correct the remark of the man who said, "Once December was a month, now it is a year." If I had you here with me, I should be glad to consult you and find out what you think ought to be done, whether we should make no change in our daily routine, or whether, so as not to be out of sympathy with the ways of the public, we ought to dine in a gayer fashion and lay aside the toga. As matters now stand, we Romans have changed our dress for the sake of pleasure and holiday making, though in former times that was customary only when the state was troubled and had fallen upon evil days. And perhaps, as we drift onward, you may begin to sense that the strangest turn of this old council still lies quietly ahead. I feel certain that if I know you at all, you would prefer, in the role of a quiet umpire, that we be neither wholly like the festive throng in their liberty caps, nor wholly unlike them. Unless, perhaps, this is precisely the season in which we ought to lay down a strict law for the soul, bidding it stand alone and refusing pleasures at the very moment when the whole crowd has surrendered to them. For here lies the surest proof a man can offer of his own steadiness. He neither chases after the things that seduce and beckon him toward luxury, nor is he easily led into them. It takes no small courage to remain dry and clear-headed when the mob is drunk and reeling. Yet it shows a still finer self-command to refuse to withdraw entirely, to move in step with the crowd, yet in a different spirit, so that one is neither singled out nor swallowed up. For a holiday can be kept without excess. I am so firmly resolved, however, to test the steadiness of your mind that, drawing from the teachings of great men, I shall also give you a lesson of my own. Set aside a certain number of days on which you will make do with the plainest and cheapest fare, with clothing coarse and rough, and say to yourself the whole time, is this the condition I was so afraid of? It is precisely in seasons free from anxiety that the soul should be hardened in advance against occasions of heavier strain. It is while fortune is kind that one should fortify oneself against her violence. In days of peace, the soldier still performs his maneuvers, throws up earthworks with no enemy in sight, and wearies himself with needless labor, so that he may be equal to the labor he cannot avoid. If you would have a man stand firm when the crisis comes, train him before it comes. And perhaps you already sense that the deeper turn of this lesson still waits, quietly, further on. Such is the course followed by those men who, in their deliberate imitation of poverty, brought themselves each month almost to want, so that they might never flinch from what they had so often rehearsed. You must not imagine that I mean meals such as those served in the Timonian huts, or in the paupers' cottages, or any of the other devices by which luxurious millionaires use to beguile the tedium of their lives. Let the palate be a real one, and the cloak truly coarse. Let the bread be hard and grimy. Endure all this for 3 or 4 days at a stretch, sometimes for more, so that it may become a genuine test of yourself, and not a mere passing hobby. Then, I assure you, my dear Lucilius, you will leap for joy when filled with a pennyworth of food, and you will understand that a man's peace of mind does not hang upon fortune, for even in her anger she still grants enough for our real needs. There is no reason, however, why you should imagine you are doing anything great. You will merely be doing what many thousands of slaves and poor men do every single day. Yet you may credit yourself with this one thing, that you will not be doing it under compulsion, and that it will be as easy for you to endure it forever as to try the experiment now and then. Let us practice our strokes upon the dummy. Let us grow familiar with poverty, so that fortune may not catch us off our guard. We shall be all the more at ease in our wealth once we have learned how far poverty is from being an unbearable burden. Even Epicurus, that teacher of pleasure, used to observe fixed intervals during which he satisfied his hunger only sparingly. He wished to see whether he thereby fell short of full and complete happiness, and if so, by how much he fell short, and whether that difference was worth the price of great striving. At any rate, he makes such a statement in the well-known letter written to Polyaenus in the archonship of Tyrannus. Indeed, he boasts that he himself lived on less than a penny a day, but that Metrodorus, whose progress was not yet so great, needed a whole penny. Do you suppose there can be any fullness in such fare? Yes, and there is pleasure too. Not that shifting and fleeting pleasure which needs a fresh spark now and then, but a pleasure that is steadfast and sure. For though water, barley meal, and crusts of barley bread are not a cheerful diet, yet it is the highest kind of pleasure to be able to draw pleasure from food of this sort, and to have reduced one's needs to that small measure which no unfairness of fortune can ever snatch away. Even a prison is more generous, and those who have been set apart for capital punishment are not so meanly fed by the man appointed to execute them. Therefore, what a noble soul a man must have to descend, of his own free will, to a diet that even those already sentenced to death have no reason to fear. This is truly to forestall the spear thrusts of fortune. So begin, my dear Lucilius, to follow the custom of these men, and set apart certain days on which you will withdraw from your business, and make yourself at home with the scantiest fare. Establish, as it were, a standing acquaintance with poverty. Dare, O my friend, to scorn the sight of wealth, and mold yourself into kinship with your God. For he alone is in kinship with God who has learned to scorn wealth. Of course, I do not forbid you to possess it, but I would have you reach the point at which you possess it without fear. And this can be accomplished only by persuading yourself that you can live happily without it as well as with it, and by regarding riches always as something likely to slip from your hands. But now I must begin to fold up my letter. Settle your debts first, you cry. Very well, here is a draft on Epicurus. He will pay down the sum. Ungoverned anger, he says, begets madness. You cannot help knowing the truth of these words, since you have had not only slaves, but also enemies. And indeed, this emotion blazes out against all sorts of persons. It springs from love as readily as from hate, and reveals itself no less in the most serious matters than in mere jest and sport. It makes little difference how great the provocation may be, and everything depends upon the kind of soul into which it enters. It is much the same with fire. It does not matter how great the flame is, but on what it falls. For solid timbers have withstood a very great fire. Conversely, dry and easily inflammable stuff will nourish the faintest spark into a raging conflagration. And so, as this letter closes, a quieter question begins to smolder beneath it, one that will burn brighter still in the pages yet to come. So it is with anger, dear Lucilius, for the outcome of a mighty anger is madness. And so anger should be shunned, not merely that we may escape excess, but that we may keep a healthy mind. You are doing an excellent thing, one which will be wholesome for you, if, as you write to me, you are persisting in your effort to reach sound understanding. It is foolish to pray for this when you can gain it from yourself. There is no need to lift our hands toward the heavens, nor to beg the keeper of a temple to let us draw near to the ear of some idol, as if in this way our prayers were more surely heard. God is near you. He is with you. He is within you. This is what I mean, Lucilius. A Holy Spirit dwells within us, one who marks our good and bad deeds and stands as our guardian. As we treat this Spirit, so are we treated by it in turn. Indeed, no man can be good without the help of God. Can any soul rise above fortune unless God helps him to rise? It is he who gives noble and upright counsel. In each good man a God does dwell. Yet what God? We cannot say. If ever you have wandered into a grove full of ancient trees, which have grown to an unusual height, shutting out the view of the sky beneath a veil of pale and intertwining branches, then the loftiness of the forest, the seclusion of the place, and your wonder at the thick, unbroken shade in the midst of the open air will prove to you the presence of a deity. Or if a cavern hollowed by the deep crumbling of the rocks holds up a mountain upon its arch, a place not built by hands, but carved into such spaciousness by nature herself, your soul will be deeply moved by a quiet intimation of the existence of God. We worship the sources of mighty rivers. We raise altars at the places where great streams burst suddenly from hidden springs. We adore springs of hot water as divine, and consecrate certain pools because of their dark waters or their unmeasured depth. And yet, listen closely, for the greatest wonder is still to come. If you see a man who is untroubled in the midst of dangers, untouched by desires, happy in adversity, peaceful amid the storm, one who looks down upon men from a loftier plane, and views the gods as an equal, will not a feeling of reverence for him steal over you? Will you not say to yourself, this quality is too great and too lofty to be reckoned as belonging to the small body in which it dwells? A divine power has descended upon that man. When a soul rises above other souls, when it holds itself under quiet command, when it passes through every experience as if it were of little account, when it smiles at our fears and at our prayers, it is stirred by a force from the heavens. A thing like this cannot stand upright unless it be propped up by the divine. And so, the greater part of it still abides in that place from which it came down to earth. Just as the rays of the sun do indeed touch the earth, yet still remain at the source from which they were sent, even so the great and hallowed soul, which has descended in order that we may draw nearer to a knowledge of divinity, does indeed keep company with us, but still clings to its origin. On that source, it depends. Thither it turns its gaze, and toward it strives to return, and it busies itself with our doings only as a being higher than ourselves. What then is such a soul? It is one which shines with no borrowed good, but only with its own. For what is more foolish than to praise in a man the qualities that come from without? And what is more insane than to marvel at features which the very next moment may be handed on to someone else? A golden bit does not make a better horse. The lion with the gilded mane, dragged through his training and worn down by weariness until he learns to bear the decoration, is sent into the arena in a wholly different manner from the wild lion whose spirit is unbroken. The latter, bold in his charge as nature meant him to be, striking in his fierce appearance, and glorious in that no one can look upon him without fear, is favored over that other lion, the languid, gilded creature. No man ought to take glory except in that which is truly his own. We praise a vine if it makes its shoots teem with fruit, if by its own weight it bends to the ground the very poles that support its harvest. Would any man prefer to such a vine one from which golden grapes and golden leaves hang down? In a vine, the virtue peculiar to it is fruitfulness. In man, too, we should praise that which is his own. Suppose he has a retinue of comely servants and a beautiful house, that his farm is broad and his income wide. None of these things is in the man himself. They are all on the outside. Praise the quality in him which can neither be given nor snatched away, that which is the peculiar property of the man. Do you ask what this is? It is soul, and reason brought to perfection in the soul. For man is a reasoning creature. Therefore, man's highest good is reached only if he has fulfilled the good for which nature designed him at his birth. And what is it that this reason demands of him? The easiest thing in all the world, to live in accordance with his own nature. Yet this simple task is turned into a hard one by the general madness of mankind. We push one another into vice, and how can a man be called back to salvation when he has none to restrain him, and all mankind to urge him on? I take great pleasure from your letter. Kindly allow me to use these words in their everyday meaning, without pressing upon them their strict Stoic sense. For we Stoics hold that pleasure is a vice. Very likely it is a vice, but we are accustomed to use the word when we wish to indicate a happy state of mind. I am well aware that, if we test our words by our own formula, even pleasure is a thing of ill repute, and joy can be attained only by the wise. For joy is an elation of spirit, of a spirit which trusts in the goodness and truth of its own possessions. In common speech, however, we say that we take great joy from a friend's appointment as consul, or from his marriage, or from the birth of his child. Yet these events, far from being matters of joy, are more often the beginnings of sorrow to come. And what that sorrow may look like, and how the wise soul learns to meet it, is what the pages ahead will slowly reveal. No, it is the very nature of true joy that it never fades and never turns into its opposite. And so, when our Virgil speaks of the evil joys of the mind, his words are eloquent, yet not entirely fitting, for no joy can truly be evil. He has given the name of joy to mere pleasures, and in that way has expressed his meaning. What he meant to convey is that men take delight in their own wrongdoing. And still, I was not mistaken when I said that I received great pleasure from your letter. For although an untutored man may feel joy if the cause of it be honorable, yet since his emotion is unsteady and is likely soon to swing in another direction, I would rather call it pleasure. It is stirred by a mistaken belief about some counterfeit good. It slips beyond control, and it is carried into excess. But let me return to the matter at hand and tell you what delighted me in your letter. You keep your words firmly in hand. You are not swept away by your own language, nor carried past the limits you have set for yourself. Many writers are tempted, by the charm of some alluring phrase, into a subject other than the one they meant to discuss. In your case, this has not happened. All your words are compact and well suited to the subject. You say all that you wish to say, and you mean still more than you say. This is proof of the weight of your subject matter, showing that your mind, no less than your words, contains nothing superfluous or bombastic. I do, however, find a few metaphors, not bold ones, but the kind that have already been proved by long use. And I find comparisons too, of course, if anyone will forbid us the use of them, insisting that only poets have that privilege. Such a person, it seems, has not read any of our ancient prose writers, who had not yet learned to cultivate a style meant to win applause. For those writers, whose eloquence was simple and aimed only at proving their case, are full of comparisons. And I believe these comparisons are necessary, not for the same reason that makes them necessary for the poets, but so that they may serve as supports for our weakness, bringing both speaker and listener face to face with the subject under discussion. At this very moment, for example, I am reading Sextius. He is a sharp-minded man and a philosopher who, though he writes in Greek, holds to Roman standards of ethics. One of his comparisons appealed to me especially, that of an army marching in hollow square through a place where the enemy might be expected to appear from any quarter, ready for battle at a moment's notice. This, he says, is precisely what the wise man ought to do. He should have all his fighting qualities arrayed on every side, so that wherever the attack threatens, his defenses may be ready at hand and obey the captain's command without confusion. This is what we notice in armies that serve under great leaders. We see how all the troops grasp the general's orders at the same instant, since they are so arranged that a signal given by one man passes down the ranks of cavalry and infantry in a single moment. This, he declares, is even more necessary for men such as ourselves. For soldiers have often feared an enemy without cause, and the march they thought most dangerous has, in truth, proved the safest of all. But folly brings no rest. Fear haunts it both at the head and at the rear of the column, and both flanks are gripped by panic. Folly is pursued by peril and confronted by it. It shrinks back at everything. It is never ready. It is frightened even by its own reinforcements. But the wise man is fortified against every kind of assault. He is watchful. He will not retreat before the attack of poverty, of sorrow, of disgrace, or of pain. He will walk undaunted, both against these things and among them. We human beings are chained and weakened by many vices. We have wallowed in them for so long that it is hard for us to be cleansed. We are not merely stained by them, we are dyed through and through. But to keep from passing from one image to another, let me raise a question that I often turn over in my own heart. Why is it that folly grips us with such an insistent hold? It is, first of all, because we do not fight against it strongly enough, struggle toward our own salvation with all our might. And secondly, because we do not place enough trust in the discoveries of the wise and do not drink in their words with open hearts. We approach this great matter in far too trifling a spirit. But how can a man learn, in the struggle against his vices, an amount that is truly enough, if the time he gives to learning is only what happens to be left over from his vices? None of us goes deep beneath the surface. We only skim the top, and we regard the small scattering of time spent in the search for wisdom as more than enough for a busy man. What hinders us most of all is that we are too easily satisfied with ourselves. If we meet someone who calls us good men, or sensible men, or holy men, we recognize ourselves in his description. Not content with praise given in moderation, we accept everything that shameless flattery heaps upon us as though it were our proper due. We agree with those who declare us to be the best and wisest of men, even though we know they lie without shame. And we are so pleased with ourselves that we desire praise for the very actions to which we are least suited, opposite of what we truly are. That man over there hears himself called most gentle while he is inflicting tortures, or most generous while he is engaged in plunder, or most temperate while he is sunk in drunkenness and lust. And so it follows that we are unwilling to be reformed simply because we already believe ourselves to be the best of men. Consider Alexander, who was roaming as far as India, ravaging tribes barely known even to their own neighbors. During the blockade of a certain city, while he was studying the walls and searching for the weakest point in the fortifications, he was struck by an arrow. Even so, he continued the siege for a long time, set upon finishing what he had begun. But the pain of the wound, as the surface dried and the flow of blood was staunched, grew steadily worse. and what happened next, and what it revealed about the pride of even the greatest of men is where our reflection will turn in the pages still ahead. His leg gradually grew numb as he sat upon his horse, and at last, when he was forced to withdraw, he cried out, "All men swear that I am the son of Jupiter, yet this wound cries out that I am mortal." Let us too act in the same way. Each of us, according to his lot in life, is made foolish by flattery. To the one who flatters us, we ought to say, "You call me a man of good sense, but I know how many of the things I crave are useless, and desire will do me harm. I do not even possess the knowledge that satiety teaches to the animals, the knowledge of what should be the measure of my food or my drink. I do not yet know how much I can hold. I shall now show you how you may know that you are not wise. The wise man is joyful, happy, and calm, unshaken. He lives on a plane with the gods. Now go and question yourself. If you are never downcast, if your mind is not harassed by apprehension through the anticipation of what is to come, if day and night your soul keeps to its even and unswerving course, upright and content with itself, then you have attained the greatest good that mortals can possess. If, however, you seek pleasures of every kind in every direction, you must understand that you fall as far short of wisdom as you fall short of joy. Joy is the goal you desire to reach, but you are wandering from the path. If you expect to reach that goal while you are in the midst of riches and official titles, in other words, if you seek joy cares, then these very objects for which you strive so eagerly, as though they would give you happiness and pleasure, are in truth nothing but causes of grief. All men of this stamp, I maintain, are pressing on in pursuit of joy, but they do not know where they might find a joy that is both great and enduring. One seeks it in feasting and self-indulgence, another in canvassing for honors and in being surrounded by a throng of clients, another in his mistress, another in the idle display of culture and in literature that has no power to heal. All of them are led astray by delights that are deceptive and short-lived. Think of drunkenness, for example, which pays for a single hour of hilarious madness with a sickness of many days. Or think of applause and the popularity of enthusiastic approval, which are won and atoned for at the cost of great mental disquiet. Reflect, therefore, upon this, that the effect of wisdom is a joy unbroken and continuous. The mind of the wise man is like the firmament above the moon. Eternal calm pervades that region. You have, then, good reason to wish to be wise, if the wise man is never deprived of joy. And this joy springs only from the knowledge that you possess the virtues. None but the brave, the just, the self-restrained can truly rejoice. And when you ask, "What do you mean? Do not the foolish and the wicked also rejoice?" I answer, no more than lions who have caught their prey. When men have wearied themselves with wine and lust, when night fails them before their debauch is done, when the pleasures they have heaped upon a body too small to hold them begin to fester within, at such times they utter in their wretchedness those lines of Virgil: "Thou knowest how, amid false glittering joys, we spent that last of nights." Pleasure lovers spend every night amid false glittering joys, and just as though it were their last. But the joy that comes to the gods, and to those who imitate the gods, is not broken off, nor does it ever cease, and it would surely cease if it were borrowed from without. Just because it is not in the power of another to bestow, it is not subject to another's whims. That which fortune has not given, she cannot take away. Every day and every hour reveal to us what a nothing we are, and remind us with some fresh evidence that we have forgotten our weakness. Then, as we plan for eternity, they compel us to look over our shoulders at death. Do you ask what this preamble means? It refers to Cornelius Senecio, a distinguished and capable Roman knight whom you once knew. From humble beginnings, he had raised himself into fortune, and the rest of the path already lay downhill before him. For it is easier to grow in dignity than to make a start, and money is very slow to come where there is poverty. Until it can creep out of that, it goes halting. Senecio was already bordering upon wealth, helped in that direction by two very powerful assets, knowing how to make money and knowing also how to keep it. Either one of these gifts might have made him a rich man. Here was a person who lived most simply, careful of his health and his wealth alike. He had, as usual, called upon me early in the morning and had then spent the whole day, even up until nightfall, at the bedside of a friend who was seriously and hopelessly ill. After a comfortable dinner, he was suddenly seized with an acute attack of quinsy, and with the breath clogged tightly in his swollen throat, he barely lived until daybreak. And so, within a very few hours after the time when he had been performing all the duties of a sound and healthy man, he passed away. He who had been venturing investments by land and by sea, who had also entered public life and left no kind of business untried, was snatched from the world in the very moment of financial success, in the very onrush of the money that was flowing into his coffers. Graft now thy pears, Melibæus, and set out thy vines in their order. But how foolish it is to lay out the plan of one's life when one is not even the owner of the morrow. What madness it is to plot out far-reaching hopes, to say, I will buy and build, lend money and call it in, win titles of honor, and then, old and full of years, I will surrender myself to a life of ease. Believe me when I say that everything is doubtful, even for those who are prosperous. No one has any right to draw for himself upon the future. The very thing we grasp slips through our fingers, and chance cuts into the very hour that we are crowding so full. And yet, if you listen closely, you can already sense that Seneca is turning us towards something deeper still, a truth about how a man ought to meet the very end that so quietly waits behind every one of our plans. What that truth is, and how it changes the way we lie awake in the stillness of the night, is what the pages ahead will slowly unfold. Time does indeed roll onward by a fixed law, yet it moves as if through darkness. And what does it matter to me whether the course of nature is certain, when my own is so uncertain? We make plans for distant voyages and long postponed returns after wandering across foreign shores. We plan for military service and for the slow rewards of hard campaigns. We seek out governorships and the steady climb from one office to the next. And all the while, death stands quietly at our side. But because we never think of death except as it touches those around us, the daily instances of mortality press in upon us, only to linger in our minds for as long as they stir our surprise. And yet, what could be more foolish than to be astonished that a thing which may happen on any day has in fact happened on this one? There is a limit fixed for each of us, set exactly where the pitiless law of fate has placed it. But not one of us knows how near we are to that limit. Therefore, let us so order our minds as though we had already come to the very end. Let us postpone nothing. Let us settle the account of our life every single day. The greatest flaw in living, my dear listener, is that it is always left imperfect, that some portion of it is always being put off. The one who each day puts the finishing touches on his life is never in want of time. And yet from this very want arise fear and a craving for the future which quietly eats away at the mind. There is nothing more wretched than worry over the outcome of things to come. As to the amount or the nature of what still remains to us, our troubled minds are set fluttering by an unaccountable fear. How then are we to avoid this endless wavering? In one way only. If there is no straining forward in our life, if it is drawn back into itself. For only that person is anxious about the future to whom the present feels unprofitable. But when I have paid my soul what is owed to it, when a soundly balanced mind understands that a single day differs not a whit from eternity, then whatever days or trials the future may bring, the soul looks out from a lofty height and laughs quietly to itself as it contemplates the endless succession of the ages. For what disturbance can come from the shifting and instability of chance, if you are steady in the face of all that is unsure? Therefore, my dear friend, begin at once to live, and count each separate day as a separate life. He who has thus prepared himself, whose daily life has been rounded into a whole, is easy in his mind. But those who live only for hope discover that the immediate future is forever slipping from their grasp, and that in its place creeps greed and the fear of death, a curse that casts its shadow upon everything else. Then there came that most debased of prayers, in which Maecenas does not refuse to endure weakness, deformity, and, as its dreadful climax, the pain of crucifixion, provided only that he might prolong the breath of life amid these very sufferings. Fashion me with a palsied hand, weak of foot, build upon me a crooked hump on the back, shake my teeth until they rattle. All is well, so long as my life remains. Save it, oh save it, I beg you, though I sit upon the piercing cross. There he is, praying for that which, if it had ever befallen him, would be the most pitiable fate in the world, and seeking a mere postponement of suffering, as though he were asking for life itself. I should think him most despicable had he wished to live right up to the very hour of crucifixion. Nay, he cries, you may weaken my body, if only you will leave the breath of life in my battered and useless frame. Maim me, if you will, but allow me, misshapen and deformed as I may be, just a little more time in this world. You may nail me up and set my seat upon the piercing cross. Is it worth it to weigh down upon one's own wound, to hang impaled upon a gibbet, only to postpone that which is the balm of all troubles, the end of all punishment? Is it worth so much to hold on to the breath of life, only to surrender it again? What could one ask for Maecenas but the mercy of heaven? What does he mean by such womanish and unseemly verse? What does he mean by making terms with panic and fear? What does he mean by begging so shamefully for life? He surely can never have heard Virgil read the words, tell me, is death so wretched as all that? He asks for the very peak of suffering, and, what is harder still to bear, its prolongation and extension. And what does he gain by all of this? Merely the favor of a longer existence. But what sort of life is a lingering death? Can anyone be found who would prefer wasting away in pain, dying limb by limb, letting his life drain out drop by drop, rather than breathing his last once and for all? Can any man be found willing to be fastened to that accursed tree, already sickly, already deformed, swelling with ugly tumors on chest and shoulders, and to draw the breath of life through such long, drawn-out agony? I think he would have many reasons for dying, even before he ever mounted the cross. Deny now, if you can, that nature is very generous in making death inevitable. Many have been prepared to enter into still more shameful bargains, to betray friends in order that they themselves might live a little longer, or willingly to debase their own children so that they might go on enjoying the light of day, the very light that stood witness to all their sins. We must rid ourselves of this craving for life and learn that it makes no true difference when your suffering arrives, because at some time or other you are bound to suffer. The question is not how long you live, but how nobly you live. And often, this noble living means precisely that you cannot live long. As we draw this quiet exploration of Seneca's Letters from a Stoic gently toward its close, it is worth pausing to reflect on the transformative lessons this ancient philosopher has offered to us. Together, we have unfolded a carefully chosen selection of letters that cover an expansive range of themes, from the very nature of time to the delicate intricacies of human relationships. From the simple life to our complex inner worlds, these messages, penned nearly 2,000 years ago, offer indispensable guideposts for anyone committed to the long journey of personal growth and philosophical deepening. And yet, as you rest here in the stillness, sense that Seneca is still not finished with us. Something deeper waits ahead, a final turning of the key. Time, as we saw in that first letter on saving time, is our most precious resource of all. Seneca urges us to be sparing with our time, to spend it wisely, and to remember that every moment gone is a moment we can never reclaim. This is not merely a Stoic idea. It is a truth that reaches across every age and every corner of human life. In an era where distractions crowd in from every direction and the world races forward at a breathless speed, learning to value and shepherd our time has become more essential than ever before. From there, we drifted to the fourth letter, on the terrors of death, which gently invites us to consider our own mortality. Seneca argues that to understand and accept the inevitable is to be freed to live more fully, more truthfully, more awake to the hours we are given. The intention is not to sink into a morbid preoccupation with the end, but to allow that awareness to become a quiet compass, guiding each day toward purpose and clarity. Our exploration then carried us into the beauty of shared wisdom in the sixth letter on the sharing of knowledge. Here, Seneca suggests that what we learn only grows in value when we offer it to others. In today's interwoven world, where thoughts and ideas flow freely through social platforms, blogs, and gentle-spoken words like these, sharing what we know is not simply a virtue. It is a quiet responsibility we all carry together. Then we settled into the 18th letter, on festivals and fasting, a tender message about embracing a simpler life. In a society consumed by consumerism, where we so often mistake our wants for our needs, Seneca reminds us of the importance of contentment and of choosing, now and then, a little voluntary discomfort. This practice allows us to appreciate what we already hold in our hands and prepares us for those moments when true hardship arrives unannounced. In the 41st letter, On the God Within Us, we met the notion of the divine quality of human reason. This idea is not merely abstract. It is a call to lift our thinking and our actions toward the highest of which we are capable. Personal growth is not only about skills and accomplishments, it is about reaching into the depths of our own being and drawing forth the innate wisdom that quietly rests inside each of us. Our journey then led us to the 59th letter, On Pleasure and Joy. A letter that turns our attention to the importance of meaningful relationships and to the difference between true joy and fleeting pleasure. Seneca draws a careful line between surface happiness and the deep-rooted joy that arises from authentic connection with others, echoing feelings that feel vitally important in an age when social media so often seems to divide us more than it draws us together. And finally, we opened the 101st letter, On the Futility of Planning Too Far Ahead. In a world obsessed with mapping out every last detail, Seneca asks us to accept the impermanence of life and to bend gently with change. This Stoic principle may be the most freeing of them all, for it offers an inner framework that can weather any storm life may bring. As we bring this long exploration to a close, understand that these words, these lessons from Seneca, are not merely ink upon paper or pixels upon a screen. They are echoes across the ages, whispers from the past that can still shape the quiet contours of our hearts and minds today. Take one concept, just one, and hold it close to you. Let it stir your soul and let it guide your actions. For you do not merely listen to Stoic wisdom, you embody it. You are the living, breathing expression of possibility, forever standing on the edge of a deep transformation. Do not walk away from this night unchanged. Let today be the day when something awakened within you, a recognition not of who you already are, but of who you could yet become. For if even one letter, one line, one thought moves you toward a life of deeper meaning, then every syllable spoken here has served its purpose. This is your life, a fleeting and priceless tapestry of moments. Do not leave it unfinished. The wisest journey is not the one that stretches to the far horizon, but the one that turns inward, into the uncharted landscapes of your own being. May your journey be your masterpiece. With you was Damian Blackwood. Until we meet again on The Dark Mind. If these gentle words brought you any measure of peace tonight, please subscribe and leave a quiet like before you drift away.